Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, everyone had a good evening. Markets are showing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. Good morning, Peter. So we do have some positivity creeping back into the picture this morning. SPY Qs are neck and neck. Russell up about 88 cents, 0.36%. We got a little bit of strength in Amazon, up 0.4%. NVIDIA, that's also slightly green on the session. You got Tesla ripping and roaring, that's up 1.47%. So again, Tesla put in that massive tombstone reversal yesterday, bearish engulfing tombstone reversal. That being said, on the hourly chart, it's pretty clear that you did hit this parallel channel, getting a nice 1.5% bounce right now. I would think that Tesla's probably going to push a little bit higher, retrace more of this down move, but I think that there is a short brewing in Tesla. We just want to be careful and watch that open interest and volume around the November and December 500 strike. I haven't really looked at it since we've changed here, but we'll obviously watch that. Today you do have Apple struggling in the pre-market. That's down 0.92%. Google also struggling just a little bit. So it's a mixed bag of tricks in mega cap tech land right now. Meta's been your weak mega cap tech. It is trying to firm up off of the lows right now. Of course, Nvidia has just been holding firm, very small dips. Every single time the dips continue to get gobbled up. Nvidia has triggered some bullish patterns. You've actually confirmed another all-time high breakout. Yet again, basically this type of a chart pattern still suggests that there's more upside on this Nvidia chart, at least to about 195. So that's why Nvidia is remaining firm. Microsoft has been very choppy recently. Starting to get a little bit of an accumulation of volume here, but definitely a bit of an interesting chop slop range. Again, I still think that Microsoft needs to chop here and digest more of these gains, but still holding up quite well, holding that 7 and 20 moving average. So it's a tough trend to fight this market. We haven't really seen any sort of a dip just yet as the markets keep grinding and grinding and grinding. If you look at RSP relative to the market, RSP is also breaking out here to the high side and showing some strength, and that's part and parcel due to healthcare. Healthcare has been a big lagger. It was one of your sectors negative on the tape, and healthcare has had a nice breakout. Simultaneously, we're still seeing financials going through a bit of distribution. So you aren't really seeing too much capital leaving the broad market. It's just simply rotating around. Okay. Let's quickly go through our energy markets right now. Crude oil still showing quite a bit of weakness. Again, I was looking at it yesterday to trade a scalp long at that WTI gap fill. That's a really big level for crude. It's your previous bull flag breakout out of this nice little basing formation that had that big spike. It's getting pretty oversold intraday. Not really on the daily chart, but intraday it's getting pretty oversold. So crude oil looks like it's probably going to make one more sweep of the low. I still like it for a long setup, a day trade long. That is a high quality setup. Whether you want to just trade USO, I'm looking at getting into the levered product, UCO. So you can see UCO is coming into this lower boundary falling wedge. I like it a lot. I do. So there's a couple other things, but we won't go over it right now. Um, so depending on what you want to trade your risk, I'm just looking at picking up common shares in UCO. It is the levered crude product, and it is pretty cheap at 21.49, 21.56 right now. All right, natural gas. So obviously we shorted it yesterday, and it is coming in. So it's another down day for nat gas that is helping our KOLD. We're fulfilling another upside target on KOLD. So obviously, I've been contemplating taking some profits right now in the pre-market on my rest of my KOLD. But I actually just want to see what happens here with this pattern because we got a nice head and shoulders here on nat gas chart, and it has triggered. You've broken it. So that downside potential takes us to call it, 339-ish. So if we look at our KOLD this morning, we took half the position off the table yesterday. We fulfilled my upside target. I was only looking for a TP into these lower boundary pivots, this previous gap fill, and it's been a nice gap up on KOLD. You are tagging a 4-hour EMA 113. So if we just look at what we're up right now on that day trade position, we're up about 7.6%. So I'm probably going to take my profits off of the open. But like I said, I just want to see this how this natural gas chart settles out because you are technically just retracing the breakout zone on that gas. It's at an interesting level. I think that you're probably going to get a liquidity sweep of the daily 200 moving average. That's what you're back testing right now. I think that there's going to be a lot of bulls sitting there, and nat gas has a tendency to overshoot technical levels. Just like we swept this high pivot with a pretty extreme move intraday, you should maybe see a little bit more of a retrace on natural gas. Let me just see this. Yeah, so I think that since we're busting through that first fib, we should maybe go down to 346. And then obviously that's your head and shoulders target down to 339. So I'll leave it up to you guys whether you want to take profits already in the morning session. I'm going to wait till the market opens and see if we get a little bit more of a flush. So I'll give it a little bit more time. But it is catching a little bit of a micro bounce right now. All right, let's move along to uranium. Take a look at what that's doing, and then after the commodities, we'll discuss some individual names, shaking and moving, and some headlines as usual. So uranium having another solid day, trying to push to the upside. Chart patterns looking still very strong. Gold. Gold at this point, I mean, it did get some upgrades from a few banks today. So still looking pretty strong on the overall trend. You're still holding technical structure above the 7 and 20 moving average. So tough name to really do anything other than just wait and see if this eventually catches a bit of a dip. But for now, I mean, gold is trying to push for that 4,000 level. Absolutely insane. Insane run in gold. You know, you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive weeks of upside. That rubber band is being stretched. You have to just wonder what the heck is happening under the hood of this market. Fear, more liquidity. Obviously we're in an environment of rates being cut, but it just makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Yesterday you did have the UVXY close slightly positive, so this is another volatility index that is acting very weird. It is trying to form a bit of a base here, almost a double bottom type of pattern. So it's acting very weird, just trying to flatten out the 7 and 20, almost as if, there's investors. It seems that investors aren't really liquidating their longs, but they're just accumulating a bit of downside protection. So it's been a very weird thing, the UVXY. Let's look at the actual VIX itself. So you can see the VIX also trying to quietly carve out a bit of a base. One could maybe say it's a stage 1 basing formation. It looks ready for a pop. It does, honestly. We'll see if we get it though. All right, let's go through some of these movers here. Let's see what we got going on. Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather, but that has had an extraordinary move to the upside. So BTC still acting very, very well. MSTR, interestingly enough, MSTR is slightly negative coming in this morning. Weird, weird, weird. Coinbase had a stunning move. BMNR has not been acting the way it should. When you look at relatively what Ethereum is trying to do, BMNR is acting very, very weird. CNC, healthcare stocks still acting very, very well. Yesterday, we finally saw that position that we traded all the way back here in July turn green, flat. I've sat through a lot of pain and volatility. I'm still looking to make a little bit of a profit on there, so I'm still holding that. SMCI had another little positive session yesterday. It is seeing a bit of sell side pressure. PayPal had a solid day yesterday. It is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the pre-market. Snapchat had a solid day yesterday. Seeing a little bit of strength. Marvell this morning. Just digesting. Marvell's chart still looks pretty strong. I would love to see a pullback back to this previous pivot. Daily 200 moving average around 80 bucks, but we will see if it wants to give us that. How generous are the market makers? Another solid day for Alibaba. Baba continues to rip. I mean, it's insane how crazy these stocks are. I loved Baba, and I was a very early bull on Baba in July down here. And it's just crazy how fast this stock just keeps on running and running and running and running. I mean, I did a deep fundamental dive, and wow, it's crazy. I mean, we're almost pressing for 2026 targets. It's insane, just based on a fundamental standpoint. But it just shows you how momentum based our markets are. They just keep squeezing. Despite uranium green in the pre-market, you are seeing OKLO under a little bit of pressure. I'm still holding short, shares short. Had an opportunity to take some profits down here. It popped back up, but we'll just be patient with that name. Again, it's not a name that makes really any profit or revenue. It's just still running on speculative hype. Cardia, still just waiting on this BCDA. Very, very speculative biotech as well. Let's look at ENVX. So ENVX, obviously on watch for a continuation short squeeze. Took a little bit of profit yesterday off of our $12 December calls. Those went briefly in the money, but we got a lot of time left on the clock. We've reduced some risk, pocketed some profits, and now we'll see if we can get this to squeeze into this gap fill. I mean, I'd love to see it in the month of October. If we can squeeze this name into this gap fill, that would be awesome. Again, this is a pre-revenue company. It's also very speculative, but momentum, it's acting well. It seems like the pre-revenue companies are the ones that get these insane moves. Looking at XOM going through a bit of choppy consolidation. It is coming into a little bit of a volume shelf here, point of control, back testing your 50, your EMA. I still like energy stocks for a bit of a bounce here, so obviously crude oil is on watch for that potential buy. We will see what happens there. Robinhood had a stellar move yesterday. Again, there's still a lot of speculation that potentially the SEC is going to hit them with a letter regarding their prediction markets. For now, though, the stock continues to pump to the upside like it's nobody's business. Let's look at SE here. SE bouncing firmly off of that 50-day moving average, still a very strong chart. Webull had a little bit of a positive day yesterday, seeing a little bit of buy side pressure. in the pre-market today. VST, this has been choppy. I still think that there's quite a bit of strength in this name that should continue to push to new highs, but just backing and filling a little bit. All right, let's go through some of the movers and news headlines. Let's just see if there's any sort of headlines worth trading. Robo AI and UE regulated digital asset custodian Changer AE on Friday unveiled the Roboy 339, the world's first smart vehicle with a built-in digital wallet at the Token 2049 conference. Let's look at AIIO as it is getting a headline today, up a little bit, not much. Jefferies downgrades Apple to underperform. Okay, so that's perhaps why we're seeing weakness in Apple today. What else? JP Morgan reiterates market outperform on Reddit. Has Reddit slowly started to, yeah, Reddit getting a nice push this morning on JP Morgan, reiterating an outperform. Maintains a price target of 300. Interesting. So I was hoping that Reddit would go a little bit lower. JP Morgan obviously giving it a little bit of a morning pump. So that's why it is performing quite well. I'll put that in the chat. So that's got quite a bit of momentum this morning, Reddit. Just going through the headlines right now. Shareholders C3AI, nothing there. Unusual Machine secures $800,000 order for drone components from RedCap. So ticker UMAC, drone stock, secures another order from RCAT. So some money just sloshing around this morning in drone stocks. Interesting. Sarepta Therapeutics to present delandistrogene and casimersen data at WSM 2025. Let's look at SRPT because the chart pattern is, wow, yeah, it had that big spike yesterday. Didn't even see that, but yeah, that chart pattern is looking poised. Quite a bit of momentum. Maybe we'll get on board with a potential trade on SRPT. It is actually trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders, and it did break out yesterday. I didn't even see that volume spike. Wow. That looks solid, guys. That's got quite a bit of upside. Quite a bit. Interesting. So just off of sheer momentum, I think if you get reasonable dips in this name, they can be bought. You know, we're looking at a 33.61 upside target based off of this inverted head and shoulders rounding formation. And then obviously you have your gap fill at 36, which you would have to assume we would obviously target that liquidity. Cool. So SRPT, nice chart pattern there. Still pretty oversold. Obviously, just understand it's a very risky stock. It's driven by a lot of headlines, but acting very well this morning. Pieces Bitcoin production 4% in September. Interesting. Yeah, we read that one. Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary says Bitcoin mining AI data centers are locked in a power struggle amid scarce electricity in US. This guy's going lower. I like it a lot. Give us that breakdown. Give it to us. All right, let's keep scrolling through some of these headlines before we look at some individual names here. So we've discussed the drones. Chenier. Embraer reports most Q3 commercial jet deliveries since 2017. So ticker ERJ. Let's see if they're getting a bid this morning. Yeah, ERJ gapping up. This morning, deliveries of 62 aircrafts in Q3 compared to 59 the same period last year, including 20 commercial aircrafts, 25% year-over-year increase. So ERJ Embraer acting well this morning on a very strong delivery. I'll post that in the chat. So that actually, whoops, that actually might be something we can trade potentially on the long side. You backtested the 50 chart pattern, still has momentum on your larger weekly time frame. Let's just see where we're gapping up to. Yeah, another name that a pullback can likely be bought, ERJ. Interesting. I'll keep a window open watching that one this morning when the tape opens. JP Morgan maintains neutral on CSW lowest price target to 290. So JP Morgan has quite a bit of influencing in the upgrade downgrade world. Let's see what it's doing here. Not really getting too much there. Infosys and Telenor Shared Services collaborate on digital transformation solution. ServiceNow. We're still only at 820. Gordon Haskett upgrades Zillow to a buy. Ticker ZG, Zillow Group. What is happening there? A little bit of a bump to the upside. Maintains outperform on Aero Environment, ticker AVAV. Wow. So maintaining a $400 price target on AVAV. So they're continuing to want to squeeze that name. Microcloud Hologram announces multi-model quantum circuit framework to optimize CNOT gate counts for efficient quantum channel design. Let's look at HOLO. This one's catching a little bit of pre-market momentum. This one is a very speculative, but it has volume at times when it wants to break. Getting a positive headline today around quantum. Interesting. The technology service provider conducted in-depth research on low-cost implementation of quantum channels, revealing the optimization boundaries of CNOT gate counts by constructing multi-model quantum circuit framework, providing theoretical support for efficient quantum channel design. The circuit decomposition of quantum channels is the process of transforming abstract quantum state transformations into specific quantum gate sequences, with the core challenge being to minimize the number of CNOT gates used while ensuring functional correctness. The three quantum circuits model QCM, random QCM, measured QCM, proposed by HOLO, build a hierarchical research framework for the perspective of progressively expanding operational degrees of freedom. What the heck does that mean? Anyone a quantum computer expert? I just read all of that and I have no idea what it means. Other than the fact that it probably means greater speeds, higher efficiencies. Who's a quantum computing expert in here? Come on. Where are the programmers at? Nevertheless, this one could be on watch for a bit of a move. Over the last 2 days, you've seen a small uptick in volume. You've had a nice declining volume pullback. It does have a catalyst headline around quantum. This is a quiet one that's not really making a move, but it could make a move. Let me see what we traded in volume over the last 2 days. So 1.82 and 1 million. So you're slowly getting potentially that 3 white soldiers or 3 green soldiers on the daily chart. We'll watch this one for a pure speculative momentum short squeeze. I mean, just understand it's a 76 million market cap. Another company that's pre-revenue, it's actually disgustingly dirty, the balance sheet, but not looking too bad intraday. You look at the hourly chart bull flag that we broke out of. This one could potentially squeeze, guys. Could. And it's making quiet quantum headlines. Quietly. Quietly. Interesting. We'll watch that one as well. Okay. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. We'll look at a few more headlines. I want to get to basically the 7:30 time frame, see what we did. JP Morgan maintains overweight on Brookfield, raises price target to 83. Okay. Keep going through. What's this Dollar Tree headline? Where did it go? KB Homes announces the grand opening of its newest communities in highly desirable Bothell, Washington. Let's look at KBH. Yeah, KBH could have a little bit of a positive run today based off of that news catalyst. Pfizer, ticker FI. Small business index holds steady as consumers remain cautious through September. Okay, Dollar Tree announces new distribution center in Litchfield Park, Arizona. Let's look at DLTR. Wow, it's been decimated. Holy moly, that's not a bad area. I like it. You have a confluence of the 200 moving average, which you basically kissed. You pierce the 1 year moving average, so 365 days of price action. Getting nicely oversold. It looks like you've had a capitulation fall on volume. Nice positive divergence. Let's look at the weekly chart. You're coming into that value area low. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks down on DLTR. This is not a bad area for a swing trade, guys, and that's a pretty positive headline for DLTR. A new distribution center that likely will only increase their business efficiency. The distribution center is expected to bring 400 jobs to the community as one of the largest Dollar Tree distribution centers. A climate-controlled facility will reserve stores in Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, and Utah. New Litchfield Distribution Center follows the recent groundbreaking of the company's new 1 million square foot distribution center in Marietta, Oklahoma. Blah, blah, blah. It's anticipated to be fully operational by spring 2027. Will serve approximately 700 dollar store trees across the west and southwest regions of the U.S. Interesting. Not bad. Not a bad headline. Potential positive catalyst. I would love to see a retrace of this bottoming tail. If we got a 50% retrace, even into this 1 year moving average, that would be a buy. That's a good swing trade level for a starter position, in my opinion. Not too bad. Cool. All right, let's see if there's any other headlines here. AirCap Holdings released third quarter, blah, 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 blah. Tesla begins Cybertruck sales in Qatar. So that's one of the reasons Tesla's catching a bid today. Tesla is set to launch Cybertruck sales in Qatar, marking its latest step in the Middle East expansion that follows the April debut of its first showroom and service center in Saudi Arabia. All right, Cybertruck headline. Cool. That's a good headline for Tessie. Whoops. Jefferies maintains buy on Antero Resources. Okay. Plug Power shares are trading higher after H.C. Wainwright maintained a buy and raised its price target from $3 to $7. Quantum computing shares are trading higher after the Ascendiant Capital maintained a buy. Okay, those are just some upgrades. GameScript gains. No, that's nothing important there. Rumble shares are trading higher after the company announced a partnership with Perplexity. Let's look at RUMB. Rumble. Rumble hitting a bit of a double bottom here, gapping up to the high side. This could be a very high short interest squeezer today. It's got a lot of momentum. We could easily squeeze to the top of the wedge now. You're hitting a little bit of resistance. How I would play this is wait for a pullback. Waiting for a pullback on RUMB, but this is a high short interest name, a huge momentum runner. You can look at the high volume 7.5 million candle we had yesterday. Basically, Rumble shares are trading higher because of the Perplexity partnership to integrate AI powered tools. Interesting. Rumble in the jungle. Rumble in the jungle. I'll post that in the free Telegram chat as well. Wolf Research downgrades PayPal. U.S. Rare Earth Mineral Search. Okay. Applied Materials are trading lower after the U.S. Commerce Department expanded export restrictions with the BIS affiliates rule expected to reduce Q4 revenue by 110 million. So a potential revenue guide down for AMAT here under a little bit of pressure. That becomes a short setup, guys. That becomes a really, really interesting short setup. A guide down on their revenue. That's not a positive thing to see for AMAT. Paramount nears deal to buy Barry Weiss, Free Press, New York Times. Okay. Wells Fargo. I think we've covered the majority of the headlines here. Let me just look at a few individual names now. If there's any tickers you want me to quickly take a peek at, now's the time. GameStop, that's moving a little bit lower this morning. GME under a bit of pressure after it had a solid breakout not too long ago. You've also got Roblox under pressure this morning. That's due to some heavy put option activity. I didn't really see any news headlines, but it's under some pressure this morning. Let's look at SOS here. That's under a little bit of pressure this morning. Peter's wanting to look at another Peter. Peter Shikirk. If I said that right. Shikirk. Shekirk. Forgive me if I butchered your last name there. Nevertheless, Intel right now pushing to the high side, just a one-way freight train, sweeping high pivot liquidity. You've closed above. Really the only area I'm seeing here in terms of some near-term resistance is this this next Fibonacci level, which puts Intel around 38.45 area. So it looks like it has more upside. Intel. Very tough tape. Tough name to short when you have Donald Trump behind it. But basically it looks like the next major resistance is really going to be a retrace of your 618. The fact that you did that liquidity sweep of the high pivot, but you closed above it, very strong. I would only short this name for a scalp really into this 38.45 area. That's where I'd look for reversal. That would set up a 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the daily, but strong stock right now. You know, you look at how long Intel put in the spacing formation, and it's breaking out of such a long range. I mean, from August of last year, pushing. And that's one of the reasons the market's also so strong. Intel carries such a big weighting in your stocks, and it's just been a dead weight for months and months and months and months. And now it's breaking out to the high side. Bed Bath Beyond, BBBY, seeing some downside price action in the pre-market after it had a potential breakout candle yesterday. The chart pattern's still looking interesting. This is one that's probably going to get gobbled up this morning. Down right now, 75 cents in the pre-market. We will see if they can push that one back up. Let me just see if there's any other names worth mentioning before I move to the top gainers and some unusual volume. Top gainers, you got QBTS and Quantum names seeing some strength. So QBTS has been a one-way freight train to the upside, continuing to press higher and higher, acting very, very well. Ticker ANRO, Alto Neuroscience, that's gapping up this morning, trying to continue to break out. Let me just see what the headline is around this. Alturo Neuroscience says FDA grants fast track designation to Alto 101 for treatment of cognitive impaired associated with schizophrenia. All right, interesting. So getting some FDA approvals or a fast track designation. Nice rounding formation. Another one that could squeeze here if you're a high risk investor and trader. This has a positive news headline. Still pretty oversold. I don't really know much about the fundamentals other than it is a very small company, 119 million. The last 30-day volume has been 86,000. Right now you're seeing an incredible amount of volume in the pre-market. So I have it printing right now several million, around 3.5 million volume in the pre-market. So it's an unusual amount of volume. Reddit is strong in the pre-market. Ticker Wheels Up Experience UP, that is acting well in the pre-market as well. Klarna Group, so KLAR, that's acting well this morning, catching a little bit of a bid. That's a newer IPO that's trying to make a move. GCTS, this has been benefiting from Trump's positive headlines regarding the 1-to-1 rule in semiconductors. It's seeing a little bit of strength today as that headline is being kind of repeated and sent through the news channels. All right, let me look at some of the unusual volume names again. See if there's anything worth mentioning. AT&T seeing some unusual volume. Flutter Entertainment, ticker FLUT, Reddit, Redwire, GameStop, those are some of your unusual volume names as well. Let me look at some of our most active stocks again. Honda Motors, so NIO, that's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning, but it is on your most active list. We got IONQ also making it onto your most active list this morning. We got BBAI making it onto your most active list this morning. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. It does have some upside momentum. Lithium Americas Corp has been a very strong news-based headline trading. Very wild when you get commodity stocks gapping up, gapping down just simply on headlines. It makes it very difficult to trade. But obviously it's strong. Archer Aviation's eVTOL stocks are looking pretty strong here, poised for a potential daily chart and weekly chart breakout. Obviously today we're going to have a lot of opportunities. It is 0DT Friday. BAFO. We will see, but eVTOL stocks could be on watch for some pure momentum 0DT trades today. Obviously its sympathy is Joby. But Archer Aviation's is a little bit behind Joby. Joby has that technical breakout bull flag pattern. So it's looking pretty decent. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Ticker PATH on the most active list as well. That has given up its whole entire pop. So this one now becomes a long down here. You're basically buying the shares at a discounted rate just 3 days later from that news-based pop. But that's a hard reversal down. I mean, wow. Crazy to think that it got sold into all that way. But bouncing off of the 7-day, if you're wanting to take it as a swing trade, it's not a bad area as well. Simply use a stop loss on a daily close below the 7. If you want to give it a little bit more room, you can even use the 200 moving average. Your moving averages are starting to slope in an uptrend, so the momentum is swinging in favor of the bulls for ticker UI or ticker path, UIA path. All right, let me just see what else we got going here. All right, let's quickly run through CRCL. That's seeing a little bit of sell side strength. Also another name that's on watch for a breakout candle. Just looking through here, see if I haven't mentioned it. Taiwan Semi's acting very well today. TSM. Let's look at AMD real quick. AMD still showing some strength. Let's look at Micron. Micron still holding technical strength. Novo Nordisk, that's been recently making some headlines, backing and filling a little bit. Nice technical breakdown, recovery. Let's look at some of these other healthcare names. Oscar, OSCR. Oscar right now also holding structure above the 7 and 20, not looking too bad for a momentum push. HIMS also not looking too bad, holding technical structure above your 7 and 20 moving average. So I'm going to watch this HOLO for a high short interest squeeze, but basically this is a pure speculative intraday long, not a quality company. It does have quantum headline catalysts backing it for a potential push to the upside. The way that this one moves is it has big pumps. You know, if we simply look at the market structure over these last areas, you have gap ups and then it gets sold into, right? You have all of these big squeezing events that get sold into, right? So just understand this is a hit it and quit it stock, right? Don't try to stick around for a long time. Here for a just a quick little scalp in this name. I think that it could work out. So a hit and quit. Pfizer also making onto some of the most trades here. Pfizer has been remarkably strong. Honestly, even with the headlines on Pfizer, Pfizer's still to me one of those value plays. It's kind of dead money. Although you did fulfill the larger weekly head and shoulders pattern that I've been watching for a long time, you can see that weekly head and shoulders pattern, you fulfilled it basically almost to the dollar. And now you've basically made a nice run up. But I still think you need to build a really solid base down here on Pfizer. Unreal amount of volume that's been traded over the last week. Obviously, the chart pattern is trying to break out of that weekly inverse head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, peekaboo weekly breakout. You need to confirm that breakout next week. So I'd be patient if you're wanting to get long Pfizer, but it should give us a dip at some point. Let's look at RDW. All right, I'm just going to grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for the market open. I do have some stocks that I am watching. Nevertheless, let me just grab some coffee and we will settle in for the day trading session, guys. Again, Friday, let's try to make this a winning trading session. We'll put up the S&P 500 here. As usual, there's markets are still holding really decent technical strength. Very strong daily chart, hourly chart. Are we due for a pullback again? Sure, we should be, but for now the market remains intact for potentially more upside. All right, I'll be right back. Just grabbing some coffee. 3 minutes till the open, guys. 3 minutes till the open. Let's get ready. So again, very strong gap up for Tesla this morning on the back of its inventories. Or sorry, on the back of its Cybertruck release in Saudi Arabia. So again, I'm looking at this HOLO for a bit of a long momentum squeeze this morning. It's a high risk trade. I'm looking at the quantum headline catalyst. Yep, it'll certainly be a volatile day. We're already seeing some glimmers of that, right? This morning you have Palantir down a little bit. IWM still showing your most amount of strength in the pre-market. Let's get ready for the open here. You do have Microsoft, Apple struggling just a touch. QQQ's slightly outperforming your S&P. All right, markets are open here. I'm looking at a long on this HOLO. SPY acting well, Palantir coming in. Soundhound strong off the open, Plug Power ripping, Rigetti ripping, opens negative, BBAI slightly negative there. Wow, Plug Power, a beast. You're in circle puts, CRCL. Yeah, that was showing some weakness in the pre-market. That was showing some considerable. SE having a strong day. SE having a strong day. Look at that breakout there. Palantir getting absolutely smoked right now. PLTR under quite a bit of pressure. HOL coming in. Palantir under quite a bit of pressure. Crude oil making a move here. You have the IWM pushing, SPY pushing. It's a little thin volume for me to get into this HOLO. I thought would have expected it to trade a little bit more. It's only 100, so it's a little thin. Little thin for me to get in. Circle under some pressure still. ENVX. That's trying to make a push here. Tesla's still ripping on the back of that Cybertruck news. That's acting very, very well. Your Russell's pushing. SPY's going for that liquidity sweep. This is an aggressive SPY short level if you're wanting to short it off this liquidity sweep. Not a bad area. Another new all-time high, gapping up into all-time high. Very similar trade setup to yesterday. The only thing you got to be watching is SPY has triggered this bullish bull flag inverted head and shoulders pattern that does suggest a little bit more upside to about 672. We could see a move today to, wow, that would be crazy. but this is your first aggressive short level, high volume potential reversal zone. Palantir catching a bit of a bid. What the heck is this XELB? That is ripping to the upside. Sorry, I typed that in. XELB. You locked in some profits. The stock is up 38. Nice job. Ticker LAZR. So you're seeing a little bit of momentum into LiDAR. LAZR, we've traded this name quite a few times. That is seeing some momentum this morning. Energy stocks like XOM seeing some nice momentum this morning. XOM is gapping up right now, trying to press. You're seeing crude oil trying to make a little bit of a rounding bottom. Intel right now still a beast. Holy moly, Intel. What are you doing? Intel, very lofty up here. Your Russell 2000 still acting well. Quantum stocks are now seeing a little bit of distribution, ladies and gents. We are coming in on IONQ. It is now going to the dark side slightly. Webull still strong. CoreWeave seeing some strength. SCXOM pushing here. Come on, push XOM. Push, push, push. Open doors still green. Duolingo having yet again another strong session today. Apple still struggling on the session, guys. Apple Dapple getting smoked right now. Let me remove that volume shelf. Your IWM still acting well. Nvidia still acting well. Tesla getting faded a little bit. Quantum-based QUBT acting very well. Let's look at BBAI here. Snapchat trying to continue to see some momentum. CNC ripping today again, guys. Finally taking our shares positive. Finally in profit on CNC, but I think there's quite a bit more. Venkat booked profits in CRCL puts. Nice job. Good stuff, good stuff. We are seeing nat gas slowly starting to curl down just a little bit. Yep, CRCL coming in hot. Let's look at AMAT here. AMAT still getting wrecked on that news headline. Semiconductor news headline. More sanctions, that's crazy. Look at VKTX, guys. That's starting to squeeze to the upside. Viking Therapeutics. We still have common shares long in Viking. TP for CNC, Sarfraz. My TP. Again, could it use a pullback here? Maybe. Probably. But you're just starting to break out of this little bit of a rounding formation. I have a TP zone above 42. So 4190 to 4250, that's my first area. And then I have 47, and then eventually that gap fill. CNC should eventually work itself into that gap. Even as it works itself into that gap, it'll still be pretty decent valuation in my opinion. All right, so let's look at our KOLD common shares that we're still holding. Again, those are still pushing to the highs. We are fulfilling that upside measured move, guys, for KOLD. If you're wanting to take some profits on the natural gas short, feel free. I still think we can go lower. Basically, if we look at what nat gas did there, is it had a big drop this morning, huge pop before the open. Now it's starting to get sold into. So I like to press those KOLD common shares still a little bit more. Intel still pushing, Rigetti still pushing, Plug Power, Cypher seeing some strength today. So a little bit of that crypto quantum computing plays high performance computing. Let's look at IREN this morning. IREN trying to catch some momentum as well, guys. This is one that could do a liquidity sweep of the high. Looking pretty strong on IREN. Energy stocks, XOM up 1.25%. That is starting to rip. DraftKings seeing some strength. Markets are trying to push here. OKLO's gone negative. Micron's still pushing here. Crazy strength in your semiconductor land. Still trying to press to the upside. Remarkable price action in semis. So okay, Micron here. Micron's still holding steady. Markets are still holding technical structure here. SPY is still absolutely ripping here. SPY right now is still a beast. It's absolute beast mode. Let's look at AMD. IWM still in absolute beast mode. XOM, a lot of stocks are still squeezing here. A lot of stocks. SoFi under some pressure this morning. All right, guys, I'm going to close out my SoFi puts. You're getting that beautiful liquidity sweep. You're at the lows of the session. I'm closing out my $26 puts, member trade, so don't wait for the alert. But I'm taking full profits on my SoFi short position. Could see a little bit of sell side pressure hit your market here. You could see a little bit of profit taking occur very shortly. Very shortly. Still holding my nat gas common shares short. My KOLD, nat gas is trying to make a little bit of a push here. KOLD still up about 1.5%. All right, guys, I'm going to short SPY. I'm going to look for a short entry on SPY. I'm thinking of taking some 670 zeros. High risk trade. I'm going to wait for a retest of this candle. Hopefully we get it. Neo struggling, Soundhound still strong. SoFi getting wrecked. Cypher, QBTS still strong. Tesla getting absolutely faded here, guys. Look at that. You're in SPY puts. Wow, what a dump there on SPY. Nice job, Venkat. Look at Tesla getting absolutely faded. Coming in sharply. IONQ still positive. China stocks still mixed. BABA strong, but the China complex under a little bit of pressure today. Snapchat still trying to make a move to the high side here, acting very, very well. Oracle strong today. Google getting smoked. Look at Googly Moogly. It is just absolutely under pressure today, guys. Let's look at Apple to Apple. Apple. Wow, what a reversal on Apple. Holy moly, did anyone catch that? Crazy, crazy volatile Friday already. We're seeing insane moves. Bitcoin slightly negative. Energy stocks still acting well. Oil still hasn't hit my long level. I've been wanting to take a long on UCO. Obviously, we are in an XOM long trade still with members, and that stock is trying to go for another breakout. XOM could be trying to squeeze quite phenomenally well today. Again, you're still seeing a little bit of weakness in SoFi and buy now, pay later, AFRM. Let's look at Klarna. That's still acting very, very well. Webull, guys, seeing some nice volume and pushing on Webull, acting extremely well. That's good to see. Very good to see. DocuSign catching a bit of a bid today. Cypher, Iron still acting well. QBTS acting very well. Open Door slightly green. Intel still holding steady. Lithium Americas Corp back up 10% on the session. Plug Power right now still in full beast mode. Crazy, crazy, crazy day. Let's look at this VKTX. Look at VKTX. It is starting to squeeze here. Starting. Eyes still acting well, guys. Let's look at ENVX here. That's still trying to curl slightly lower. Coming in just a little bit. I did take profits on my VKTX with members, guys. I'm all out of my VKTX common share position. Locked in just over 15% gain. I sold my VKTX commons. Again, we were long off the 24.62 level. We did take profits on our options as well yesterday, but nice push there for VKTX. I would look for a retest of your breakout neckline for a re-entry. Okay. All right, you're seeing a little bit of profit taking still occurring in this market. Market's still acting very well though. Look at Snapchat today, guys. That is absolutely ripping. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Pushing to the upside. Looking like Snapchat's going through that squeezing event, eh? Wow, pretty cool. Go Snapchat, run it. Run it, run it, run it. Wow, look at this HOLO. So had you bought that gap fill on HOLO, that one's now trying to break out. A little bit more volume now creeping in, guys. I was waiting for it to hit roughly a million. What are we at right now? Still light, only 127,000, which does support a low volume squeeze. But this had a positive news catalyst that I was looking to go long. Should have just trusted it, but didn't really want to recommend a low volume name to the group because I want us to all be able to get filled and have exit liquidity. We don't want to ever be the exit liquidity. You want to have exit liquidity. All right, but acting very, very well. Let's look at some of these quantum names again. IONQ still holding quite steady. Nat gas curling to the downside. All right, that is a big retest on SPY. I am looking at getting into some SPY puts here. What's our dollar doing? Our dollar's still weak on the session. Let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA's softening up just a little bit. Your semiconductors are still hanging in there. Quite strong. Hmm. Again, we still could easily head to the 660, 672.80. That's the bull TP for SPY, guys. So it's a tough short still, but I'm super tempted here. Super tempted. Intel still acting well though. Looking at natural gas, it is still trying to trickle a little bit lower. Coming in. Again, I'm still holding my KOLD. I'm looking for another high of day sweep. If KOLD gets a high of day sweep here, I'll look to take profits, full position profits off of that trade, okay? So that's a member trade. I want to see about a 6% gain, around 33.50-ish. All right, IWM ripping. Look at Webull starting to squeeze up 3.5%. Go, Webull, go. Punch it to the high side, baby. Punch it, punch it, punch it. OKLO struggling on the session. OKLO coming in just a little bit here. Trickling to the downside. OKLO is a relative weak short. Weak stock today in a strong tape. Micron still ripping. Baba's still strong. Open door up now 3%. Look at Duolingo starting to rip even more. New high of day. Snapchat still putting in a new high of day. We're in full beast mode in this market. All right, guys, I'm entering SPY puts. So I'm in SPY 670 0 DTEs, 71 cents. Stop loss will be 60 cents. Look at Snapchat ripping here. Full beast mode for Snapchat, guys. SPY still trying to trend here. Seeing a little bit of selling in your semis. Crude oil, the dollar trying to firm up just a little bit here. They could try to do a liquidity sweep of the high. Yeah, SPY's strong. It's strong. There's a target that we could hit 672.86, but I'm going based off of a statistical gap up into all-time high. This is roughly an 80% short setup success. Again, you backtest that strategy, gap ups into all-time highs typically get sold into off of the initial hour or so on the open. Doesn't always work, but it's a strong probability setup. That's why I'm just keeping a tight stop loss on my zeros. So we'll see what happens. I am seeing the US dollar trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. But obviously SPY's still strong, guys. Just recognize that. But your Dixie trying to find some support. Crude oil trying to find some support. We'll see if that influences the market in any sort of way. For now, SPY still holding quite steady. Very strong. Micron still pushing. Western Digital still strong. SOXX still chopping sideways. Intel starting to see a little bit of selling. All right, SPY and your Dixie trying to push. Yeah, I see what you're looking at there, Ram. I see what you're looking at. S&P going for that liquidity sweep. Trying to punch it through to the high side. I'm going to not have a hard stop in place. I'm going to see what it does here. You might get a quick spike through to that 60-cent level and then a liquidity reversal. So I'm just going to have a mental stop on my trade, not a hard stop. We'll give it a little bit of leeway since it's early in the session, but markets are trending right now phenomenally well. DraftKings doing well, Freeport doing well, DocuSign seeing some liquidity, Webull strong, CoreWeave acting well, Hood is up 1.5, XOM still trending, Micron still a beast. Nvidia, let's look at, so your Dixie getting faded a little bit, which is the markets are liking that. So there's SPY pushing through. Let's see what happens up here. New high of day, trying to break out of that OR high. Again, I'm just going to keep maintaining this trade right now. We're trying to squeeze. Let's see what we get. Forget that 5-minute close above that OR high. Strong potential breakout on the S&P 500. You are seeing some nice momentum. Really nice momentum. Let's see if that's a liquidity grab out of your opening range. Is it a liquidity grab? For now, you have unrelenting strength. Even in your Russell 2000, your Russell is going for another high pivot sweep zone. So Russell 2000 acting well. I'm still holding, even though it's past that 60-cent stop loss, guys. I'm still going to hold this trade for now. We'll give it a little bit more leeway. What a reversal there on Apple. That is just incredible. Incredible. All right, Nvidia starting to come in just a little bit here. You are seeing Nvidia, nice little dip there. Still holding my SPY. Come on down, 670. My first trim target would be here. TP1. Gap fill would be TP2. Come on. Let's see if that gap up into all-time high strategy works. Again, high statistical probability that it does. Needs to work out within the first hour of trading. Come on, SPY. Markets are still holding steady. Government shutdown and no data releases are brilliant for the market bulls. Yeah, that's why we've been trending, right? That's why we've been trending. So it's a potential 5-minute attempt at a liquidity sweep. We'll see what happens here on the smaller time frames. Russell 2000 still squeezing. Semis are coming in. Nat gas starting to fall even more, guys. We still have KOLD longs with members. Those are coming into the next full profit target zone. Nat gas trying to curl slightly lower, looking to take profits on our KOLD. Come on down, SPY, melting it lower. All right, this is why I gave the trade a little bit more room to run. Let's see what happens here. SPY starting to melt. Come on, let's see if we can take these to TP1, guys. I'll look to trim half of my SPY puts if we flush, pierce prior day high into this initial opening 1-minute range around 670.11. If we can retest that zone, that is first trim target for me. You are seeing your SOXX starting to get heavy here. So let's see if semis want to take this market down. Tesla getting faded from the highs. Intel almost going negative. You've got Nvidia starting to curl slightly lower as well. Your QQQ is now underperforming your S&P and your Russell 2000. So your NASDAQ was leading in the pre-market. That has given up some of the goods. Tech is starting to get sold into. Obviously, we all know how saturated tech can be in the markets. SPY puts are now starting to print here, guys. Come on. Again, TP1, I'll look to trim half. Move stops to break even if we hit that level. We are up about 9 cents here on the trade per contract. Your IWM hasn't even given up really any of the goods yet. Getting sold into through your mega caps right now. Some of your high volume lists, we are seeing your eVTOL stocks, Archer, Joby still making moves. You've got strength in quantum names. Interesting. Very cool. Price action today. We are seeing Quite a bit of capital continuously rotating. Google, Meta getting slapped around. Google down 1.45%, Meta down 1.3. Another down day for Netflix. It seems like Elon Musk just crushed Netflix, encouraging people to cancel their subscriptions. Apple made a full bullish reversal now at 0.59%. Apple went from underperforming in mega cap tech land to outperforming. It is your strongest mega on the session. Microsoft up 0.46, Amazon up 0.4, Nvidia slightly green up 0.17, Tesla getting faded from the highs, that's still up 0.37%. Bitcoin just slightly negative but still holding a key 120 level. Natural gas, guys, our KOLD is printing to the high side. This is a profit zone on KOLD. If you're wanting to take your profits, now's the time. Let's see if we can get one more spike, but that is profit target hit on KOLD, the upper boundary range, new high of day sweep, guys. The only thing that I'm thinking about is in the pre-market, we were all the way up here at 34 on KOLD. So natural gas is starting to get sold into quite a bit. Quite a bit. We're seeing puts starting to wake up. Come on, dump this market. Remember, what are we trading? We're trading a gap up short into all-time high, a very high statistical trade setup. Just like we saw yesterday, gap up into all-time high, got faded off of that first initial candle, and then you get a light volume afternoon pump. So we will see. Caleb saying he's long PLTR. PLTR was weak, so just be careful with this name. It's a strong tape, weak stock. Expensive name, fundamentally be very, very careful. If we start to flush more, this stock can easily come down. We're still seeing some net distribution in your semis. Now you got the IWM also seeing some top wick distribution. Simultaneously, gold ripping higher, yields are pressing. Here we go. We do have, I believe, some 10 a.m. data coming out briefly here. So protect your positions if you're in profit. We could get some volatility spikes. What is it? Do we have 10 a.m. data? Yeah, ISM data, PMI data coming out briefly here. Look at that drop, guys. ISM data coming out. Big drop. All right, guys, get ready. Holy moly. TP1 is flying here. Come on. Knife it into that area. You a lot of wick distribution here. Dixie absolutely cratered to the downside. You got manufacturing PMI coming in at 50, showing a near-term almost contraction territory. Forecast was 51.8, coming in at 50, a solid round number of 50. So we're almost at that manufacturing PMI contraction point, which signifies potentially a recession. On the other hand, services PMI coming in strong, up 54.2 versus estimates of 53.9. So mixed price action in the manufacturing, showing that we are more of that consumer-based economy in the US as opposed to the manufacturing. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. You booked profits. Nice job. Nice job. I'm still holding my SPY puts looking for TP1. We came very close to hitting it, but I think we're going to hit that, knife through it. We are ripping these puts. Again, I'm still being patient. Come on. Take us down there. Energy stocks flying. Stocks coming in. Your Dixie trying to make a bullish reversal. That was some crazy movements in the Forex currency markets as well. You saw a big initial gap down. So two conflicting data points. Manufacturing data just getting slammed. Services data acting very well. All right, guys, there's TP1. I just trimmed half at a $1.03. $1.03. Beautiful little trade. Protect the position with a break even stop loss or an in the money stop loss. I'll leave that up to you. Beautiful. TP1 level tagged. First win of the session, booking profits. Let's see if we can take this market negative, do the good old fashioned gap and crack. Come on, baby. Pay us. Pay us. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Nice gain on SPY puts, guys. Please hit that like button. That's exactly what we were looking for. So very interesting economic data. Very interesting. Craziness. Sorry, Peter, I missed that. CRMT is waking up along with KMX. Interesting. Let's look at CRMT for Peter. Next TP zone for me is making the S&P go negative, ladies and gents. Yeah, CRMT trying to break out to the high side. Very cool. Very cool. KMX. So you heard it here first. Manufacturing data is on a knife edge for a net contraction. Services PMI strong. Look at that new low of day for your S&P 500. I like it. I like it a lot, guys. Puts are still ripping to the upside. Clinical. Clinical, guys. Absolutely clinical. Nat gas is continuing to show some distribution signals. Wow. Just give me a sec, guys. I gotta get some water here. All right, let's settle in for this market. We have crude oil softening. Your Dixie's at the lows. This is going to push the markets up in the very short term, so protect those gains if you haven't taken profits. That's why we have those TP levels there. All right, KOLD still looking to press a little bit. Nat gas is sitting right on its prior day low level. I want to see it knife. Crude oil softening. Crude oil is softening. IWM is still trickling lower here, guys. Glad a lot of people were able to book some profits there on SPY. We could still go lower. Couple interesting observations here, guys, that I'm seeing, right? Your NASDAQ tech heavy sector getting sold into here. Your VIX is flat. Usually the VIX on a Friday has a high statistical probability of getting crushed. If we start to see that diverge, we could be in for quite a bit of sell side pressure. But understand they usually take the liquidity from the VIX and press it into the markets. APK saying Tesla is a knife. Yes, Tesla is a knife right now. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Inventories are strong. Inventories came out strong and they just absolutely liquidated bulls into inventories. Then they pumped it up on Cybertruck news in Saudi Arabia. In reality, it's such a small, minuscule market not showing too much demand, but crazy trade there for SPY, guys. Crazy. I'm still looking to press these gains a little bit lower, but I have a break-even stop loss at 71 cents on my 670 puts, but took some nice profits there. So the interesting observation that I'm making intraday right now is you're just getting this absolute crater in the dollar on the back of that manufacturing data. So the currency market is showing that the manufacturing side of the data that we just got is coming in much, much more influential than the services. And manufacturing is truly the bigger backbone of the economy. So the services PMI data is kind of getting brushed off to the side, and the markets are repricing that potential contraction. Again, typically when the manufacturing PMI data is contract, and we're just right at that 50 level. I mean, 50 is basically no growth at all. So is it kind of manipulated? Maybe. Should it have been negative? Probably. But definitely weakness in your manufacturing, which is not a good sign. And Palantir, look at that. I mean, yeah, just clobbered down 4.78%. Absolutely done and dusted right now. You look at OKLO. OKLO is getting wrecked here. SPY pushing right back up to the high side, guys. This is crazy, crazy price action. A lot of individual names are getting slapped around. Your S&P 500 big bounce, and what we're seeing now is an algorithmic bounce here. This is an algo buy program simply on the back of your US dollar and yield softening. So actually yields are trying to push up here, guys. So that's truly a little bit of a divergence. I don't believe this algo. I think it's going to get sold into still, but nevertheless, that's your short retest prior day high. Any sort of a 5 or 10 minute close above that prior day high, the shorts need to kind of stop out and slowly look to position long. Remember, the markets are still holding technical uptrend intraday. Even though we have made a higher high, big sell off, you're still holding on the 1 minute chart a high, a higher high. So the trend intraday, even with the sell off, is still in an uptrend. And then you accompany that with the larger time frame trend is still up, right? So we were looking for that initial dump off of a gap up into all-time high. We got it. Secured profits. If we go lower and take out this low, we could absolutely trend to the downside. It's kind of a mixed bag of tricks right now. If you didn't pick a short up here, your true short signal is making a lower low and breakdown of your opening range. Your Dixie catching a fat bid here, that could be a little bit of a headwind for the market. We will see what happens here. But I'm still looking for more downside, even though we're putting in technically higher highs and higher lows here intraday. We'll see if we get that true breakdown signal in the markets. Again, if we get that lower low, this is going to go negative. Very strong chance of that. I am seeing quite a bit more stocks going red. Quite a bit more. In terms of sector performance right now, you still have some broad-based strength. Majority of sectors are still green, guys. You got strength in utilities, strength in healthcare. Um, Communications are slightly weak on the back of Meta and Google. Consumer discretionary XOY slightly negative on the back of weakness in Tesla. Amazon's flat. Let's see what happens here though. But once again, you're still seeing a decent amount of strength, relative strength under the broad-based market. RSP still at the highs, up 0.51%. RSP is actually outperforming your S&P 500. So the market is broadening out, and that is healthy for the bull market resumption. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Venkat booked 20% profits. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Come on. You got Tesla getting smoked down 1.1, Meta down 1.19, Google down 1.39, Nvidia about to go negative, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. Apple's still a beast. Your Russell 2000 still in full beast mode. You're getting crude oil starting to spike here, guys. Look at crude. Look at crude. WTI trying to firm up. I had a really great technical long off of that gap fill. I'm a little bit salty the fact that they didn't fill the WTI gap down here. I've been waiting patiently to scalp UCO on the long side. The fact that they came so close, I really thought that maybe off of that manufacturing data they would have knifed crude down, a quick wick down, but we will see what happens. Still looking to press these KOLD higher, guys. Come on, natural gas. Dump it back down to the lows. It does look like natural gas is going through quite a bit of distribution. You look at that UNG chart getting absolutely smoked to the downside. Again, that was a member trade from yesterday, and we've booked nice profits on that, looking to secure some more. SPY right now, big level. You can see the battle that's going on between the bulls and the bears right at that PDH level, prior day high. Big level on the overall chart. Your dollar's still weak. Nat gas still slightly green. Crude oil up 0.8%. Bitcoin selling off. Will Bitcoin close under 120,000 today? Time will tell. Let's start a poll. Will BTC close under 120K today. All right, we are still seeing your NASDAQ tech heavy sector negative. Russell up 1, SPY up 0.19, Tesla still weak, Nat Gas still coming in. Let's look at Mr. Tessie here. Tesla's actually into an interesting long level. I'm very tempted to try to scalp Tesla on the long side here. It's breaching some key areas. Interesting. Very cool. I think Tesla could get a bounce here. I really think there's a strong chance it could get a bounce. Tesla still has that upside daily chart, 4-hour chart, hourly chart momentum. You can see you're coming into a nice 30-minute 200 moving average. All right, guys, my SPY puts, I took a stop loss at break even. On the rest of those contracts, I'm all out of SPY short. We will reassess the trade. It looks like SPY bulls are starting to press this market higher. Look at that. At least we know we got a 1-for-1 trade there. Booking profits early in the morning session. We also secured some swing trade profits with members. SoFi puts printed. We're looking to secure profits on our KOLD, but I'm wanting a little bit more. I am being greedy. We did secure swing trading profits on VKTX. Again, we did sell VKTX out of that name completely. All right, let's see. XOM still trying to press crude oil, guys. Watching crude here. Crude is looking very interesting, guys. Crude oil, WTI crude trying to break out of its opening range here. We could see energy stocks like XOM squeeze. Remember, XOM is a blue chip energy play. S&P 500 darling in the XLE ETF. Contracts on XOM are super cheap. So that's why XOM has these, 400, 500% intraday swings, because you not only have institutional support, but you have highly speculative retail money trading this ticker because contracts are so cheap. Be careful though, your dollar is trying to firm up here. Technically, if we lose this PDL, this is another aggressive short trend. If we look at this initial sell side move on your S&P 500 here, looks like we could potentially form a symmetrical measured move down, which would take us to about 669. That Dixie trying to make a solid reversal. Come on, Dixie. Tesla's still negative. Netflix, Google, Meta still struggling quite immensely. Intel also went negative on the tape. You look at INTC. If someone wants to short SPY here, you can use this high wick as your stop loss. Any sort of a close outside of this wide range red bar sell-off, that was your PMI wick down data. That would be your stop. So if you're wanting to do an aggressive SPY short, you could trade it short here with a stop loss on, say, a 2 or 3. I would say a 3-minute close stop loss, just to give yourself a little bit of that room to run in the event that they want to wick the market around. But that is a scalp short level on your S&P 500. Palantir smoked. Snapchat still strong. Nvidia curling down. Interesting. Very cool. Ethereum negative. CNC, guys, ripping to the upside. Let's go CNC. Crazy mover. Squeeze CNC. There's your spike through liquidity sweep, back testing that impulse PMI data candle. Again, if you're not short SPY, this would be a liquidity sweep zone to try to get short. The risk has now been gravely narrowed. Just understand, if you get a 3-minute close outside of that wide range red bar candle, that would be your stop loss. I'm not in shorts, but that is for aggressive traders. I am not short SPY, but that is an aggressive area. We'll see if they want to slap it back down, as people are now flipping back to the bullish side. I would only consider shorting SPY personally a little bit higher, but it's still a decent area. Still a decent area. You can see they are selling it back inside on the 3-minute chart. 40 seconds left in that candle. Natural gas starting to trickle even lower. Come on, pay us, pay us, pay us, pay us on KOLD. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Beautiful move. All right, members, I am exiting my KOLD here. I'll put that in the member live chat. Just booked over 6% on that day trade position, guys. So I'm all out of my natural gas short. Again, I'm all out of my natural gas short. Okay, look at that. So you got that 3-minute close. No confirmation yet. But I repeat, I'm all out of my nat gas short, guys. Nice job if you took that nat gas short with us. That was a clinical blasting through gap fill, blow off move off of inventories, sweeping a high pivot, nasty topping tail reversal intraday. Nat gas still has the fundamental backdrop based off of yesterday's inventories to press a little bit higher. Still a strong, strong tape. All right, let's see if we can find any sort of other trades here. Is anyone looking at anything interesting? Opportunities? Let's use this chat as a collective to make money. We've already printed nicely on SPY. Let's see what this HOL is doing. This was a pre-market trade setup that I was looking at, but the volume was too thin for me to recommend to the group early off in the morning. It would have worked out quite well. That back test of the gap, now look at it, it's up a few percentage points. This had quantum news headline, and it is starting to squeeze with the entire complex. Let's look at Tesla again. Is Tesla ready for a bit of a scalp long? Still pretty heavy down here. It is trying to firm up a little bit of a base. But the markets are in this no man's land, right? You're at a kind of a 50-50. You could squeeze to new highs, but you could easily push back down to the lows. So market makers are trying to trap liquidity on both sides of the trade here. It's not really a good R&R setup right now. Technically speaking, technically, the market is still holding higher lows, guys. So the bulls are technically in control, still above PDH level. But we are seeing quite a bit of selling still inside of that PMI data candle dump. We'll see though, but bulls are relentless, right? Bulls are relentless, and IWM's curling back up. What else we got going on? Open door now up 7.7%, shaking and moving. OKLO still getting slapped around. OKLO under quite a bit of pressure. DraftKings up 3.67. Look at XOM flying today. Wow, XOM's flying. You know, I've seen some crazy moves in XOM, and I know that people that have been with us for a while here trading, um, we've caught some massive XOM trades. But XOM, I think, is ready for one of those days that we could see a huge push. We just got to watch crude oil, obviously. I would have preferred crude to fill that downside gap, but crude trying to show some signs of life. Maybe, just maybe, an inverted head and shoulders pattern on crude's 10-minute chart here. You haven't triggered and broken out yet, but if you were to break out, you know, crude could see a couple percentage points higher from here. We'll have to watch that closely. We will certainly watch that closely. Another name that's getting a little bit choppy and sloppy here is CoreWeave, CRWV. That had an initial move higher, starting to come in. Your S&P 500 starting to get a little bit weaker here. A little bit weaker. SoFi again, still super duper weak. OKLO trying to firm up here. Oracle getting faded. Oracle was looking pretty strong off the open. Now it's getting sold into. You have had your big bad behemoth Nvidia turn negative, guys. So take a look at that. Nvidia could help this market lower. Oh my goodness, look at this ANRO. Strategic partnerships just ripping. FDA positive news regarding their Alzheimer drug. Holy moly, we mentioned that in the pre-market. That was the long setup. Damn. Look at that. If we just hit the bid or the ask, holy moly. That would have been crazy. Would have been absolutely crazy. Tesla's still struggling. Intel's struggling. Let's look at Rigetti. Is there a short setup on these quantum names potentially brewing yet again, guys? What's QBTS doing? I like the way QBTS moves, to be honest. We have shorted QBTS a couple times. What about QUBT? That's also ridiculously strong right now. Let's see, who is the most volume right now? So QBTS trading what? 50? Oh, the average is 58 million. 3-bar surge on the daily. Actually, I don't mind this for a day trade short, guys. Yeah, QBTS, guys. I'm going to look for some put options here. I'm going to look for some speculative 0 DTE puts. For this to go negative, that would take us back down to, call it 29 bucks, 29.50. Where are those contracts sitting at? Come on. Actually, I like it a lot, guys. QBTS. I'm going to risk some capital here for 29.50 puts on QBTS. 0 DTEs. All right, I just took a fill. I'm going to do as a half position QBTS. Put options. Half position, guys. Half position. This is a lotto. This is a 0 DTE lotto. Just understand that. Half position. Let's see if we can fade some of these quantum names. It has a 3-bar surge on your daily chart, super extension move. You're forming those negative divergences. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Markets are still acting well, though, so we'll see what happens here. Again, if we were to squeeze back to, call it this high pivot zone, I would consider adding, again, doubling up my contracts. So again, this is a high risk trade. Please do not blow out your portfolio with this trade. Very, very speculative short position on a Friday. Just understand that. The markets are trying to put in what appears to be a mini inverse head and shoulders on SPY. You can see the strength, right? You can see the bull flag on the 1 minute breaking. So just understand the market's holding. This is going against the trade grain here. But you got an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart that is trying to break out here for your S&P 500. So technically the market is still bullish here, guys. Still bullish. And I only have 10 contracts short. It's very small, guys. Very small. I would add another 10 if we were to push up here. So just please understand it's tiny. It is tiny. Crude oil starting to rip here again, guys. Crude oil is starting to rip. Take a look at VST. I have been pounding the table on this name for quite a while. Did a nice fundamental presentation. This was one of our monthly stock picks before it broke out. Quality company. Quality company. Absolutely flying to the high side right now. Looking at XOM. XOM is still trying to fly. SPY right now is surging to the upside. Craziness, eh? Markets are in full bull liquidity mode right now. They are starting to rip. Rip, rip, rip. What am I doing here? QBTS. Big Bear AI struggling. That's down 1.93%. SoFi still struggling. Palantir struggling. SoundHound catching a bit of a bid here. That's up 2 on the session. Nvidia back to the green side. Snapchat having a stellar day. Tesla still selling off here, guys. TSLA. Sorry, I put long. I'm short. Tesla getting absolutely demolished, guys. Sending Tesla into the grave. Talk about positive headlines just getting liquidated. Crazy, eh? Absolutely crazy. IONQ starting to come in a little bit. Micron starting to show some distribution, but still very strong. Duolingo still ripping. Snapchat still ripping. Nvidia back to the negative side. Look at them dump Tesla, ladies and gents. That is crazy. Surely there's got to be a long level here on Tesla coming up. I mean, are we going to flush down to this EMA? I would love to see a flush into that hourly chart EMA 113. That would be absolutely clinical. Right into the zone down here. I would love to see that. I would scalp the hell out of a long trade there on Tesla. If we were to flush into that area, that is a long for me. 110% I would trade that on the long side. Ethereum still slightly negative, but trying to firm up a little bit. Still just waiting on to see if QBTS wants to soften up at all. It's still acting very well with the market. CoreWeave trying to push. Nat gas back to the positive side. CNC, guys, is ripping. Is CNC doing a short squeeze? It certainly looks like it. What the heck is UNH doing today? Wow, UNH is also strong. Healthcare stocks are moving, absolutely moving to the upside here. HLF finally turning around, having a good day for Herbalife. Finally having a good day. This has been, look at that weekly bottoming tail on HLF. Liquidity sweep of pivot high, pivot low, reversal. What a bear trap on HLF. That is pushing. Ram saying buy SPY puts again. I can't buy it up here. I can't. I would need to see at least a minimum sweep of the high. If you got an impulse candle through that high, that would be a bit of a short position. QBTS still ripping. Let's look at QUBT again. That's still acting fairly well. Coming in. I'm in QBTS puts here, so these are cheap contracts. Has quite a bit of room to fall. Very extended. SPY could still press. I mean, the only thing that makes me nervous of SPY is this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders that's triggered. Sure, you could get a nice dip back down to your neckline, but SPY is strong as hell right now. SPY is strong as hell right now. That is crazy. There's still a lot of strength in your relative based indices. I'm not saying it can't come in. You got weakness in your Qs. So, whenever there's weakness in the Qs are negative, SPY is strong. Obviously, the Qs can take the market lower. But right now, you got some incredible RSP strength through healthcare, utilities, and other likes. So, tough short on SPY right now. That's why we stopped out of the rest of our runners after we took profits on TP1. You formulated that higher low. SPY's in a strong uptrend still. Look at them squeeze it. Crazy. I'm even starting to get concerned about these QBTS puts here. But quantum names are certainly getting stretched. Yet again. VST new high of day. New high of day for VST. Interesting. Craziness. SPY is a ripper right now. To my QBTS, right now my 2950s are getting demolished. On my QBTS, but it's still early. It's still early. XOM still ripping, Micron curling in, crude oil softening. Look at USAR. Let's take a look at USAR. Yeah, they had some news headlines regarding Trump and them discussing talks about making a deal with the White House. So I did see that in the pre-market. So another stock that is in discussion with the White House for rare earth minerals contracts. So it's looking, yeah, it's a strong breakout for sure. Very strong. 100%. All right, QBTS, are we into another add level? Getting close to adding and doubling down. I'll take my 10 contracts to 20. If we push up into this green 32 level, 3196. SPY still holding that OR high. Venkat in QQQ puts. Yeah, you know, QQQ is the better indice to short right now because you are seeing net distribution. So absolutely, Qs are looking like the better short setup. Gold's still a beast. XOM taking a breather. Natural gas still struggling. Crude oil up 1%. XOM, I mean, SPY still ripping here. QBTS, I'm looking at taking my 10 to 20 contracts very shortly here, guys. Again, please understand this is super speculative. The spread is blowing out right now, which is very weird. You know, that the ask just shot up while price action was moving. That's super weird. Some weird shit's going on. JP Morgan, stellar day, so good job taking profits yesterday on our put options. Netflix still under pressure, Tesla still under pressure, Meta still under pressure, Google down 1.38%, Nvidia back to the dark side. All right, guys, I did add to my QBTS put options there. I did take 10 more contracts. Please understand, high risk. High risk. SPY is in for a bit of a trender, it looks like, eh? Looks like it. Look at them squeeze. ENVX trying to make another push here as well. Also a high short interest squeezer. VST still trying to squeeze to the upside here. HLF Herbalife still trying to squeeze to the upside. DKNG trying to make a little bit of reversal back to the high side. Good to see. Strong price action in IONQ still. That's trying to shake and move to the upside. You still have your NASDAQ sector weak on the session. IONQ trying to make a move to the upside here. Micron's starting to curl in a little bit. XOM curling in. Crude oil still strong. Quantum stocks are still showing unrelenting strength right now. Look at this daily chart. SPY is still ripping here on the 1 minute chart. My oh my. My oh my, eh? Look at SPY just trending here. Crazy breakout. So you had, not only do you have this 10-minute inverse that gives you an upside of 676-ish, you have that little 1 minute inverse that gives you upside to 672.80. So that's where I would short SPY next, is really only at the 1 minute inverse head and shoulders target. But obviously we are still stretching price action here pretty extremely. but markets are in absolute squeeze mode still, right? You're seeing a lot of stocks still trying to squeeze here. OKLO firming up off the lows, still negative. Micron trying to curl in slightly from the highs. All right, crude oil softening. Dixie still trying to turn around positive. SPY is just ripping. Ripper McGee. Snapchat still trying to press here. Look at Snapchat ripping. Snapchat looks like it wants a new high of day. Alibaba getting faded a little bit. Open Door still a beast, up 8.24%. Let's look at Better or BETR, Better Homes. That's crazy. Look at that move on BETR as well. It's even outperforming Open. Craziness. Look at that chart pattern on Better. That is the new squeeze mania stock. Crazy, crazy, crazy. CNC up 4.7. Still ripping. CNC trying to shake and move. Look at that ripper on CNC. Fat breakout candle to the upside. Impressive. Let's look at PLTR here. PLTR. Catching. Oh, that's not the right ticker. PLTR. The heck is PKLTR? Bouncing off of the lows, still underneath that 7-day moving average, but strong bounce off of the lows for PLTR. Obviously catching some liquidity with the market. QBTS still trying to press here with the S&P. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Tesla still struggling. Nvidia back green. Amazon up 0.2. Microsoft up 0.6. Russell 2000, an absolute ripper, testing 247.91, up 1.5%. Tesla down 1.5. Meta down 0.97, but trying to firm up off the lows. Google down 1.24. Netflix down 1, testing the 1150 mark. SPY is getting that high volume short 1 minute impulse candle squeeze. Crazy. Absolutely insane price action. Ripping. Ripping, ripping, ripping. Yeah, IWM squeezing ridiculously well here. Very extended on the Russell, making new all-time high sweep there on your IWM. Venkat added to QQQ puts. Yeah, it's always decent area to add off of an impulse candle. That's also another patient thing smart traders will like to do is whenever you see these high volume impulse candles, that's often a really good signal to add to shorts. You typically get shorts covering and then you get profit taking. So we'll see if it starts to come in. But remember, we still have a little bit more upside off of that 1 minute inverse. You know, we could still easily float and grind just a little bit more. You can see QBTS is still floating and grinding here. Dixie trying to make a bit of a reversal here. US dollar trying to put in a fat hourly bullish engulfing candle. Right now, the US dollar is trying to get back above your 7-day moving average. It's holding above the 20 but below the 7. So it's sandwiched between two key daily chart moving averages. Your S&P 500 is still a monster. Let's look at these LiDAR stocks again. Let's see what LAZR, Luminar. Still holding up quite well. HOLO. That's still trying to back and fill just a little bit. QBTS is still trying to go for that high of day squeeze. Look at that, new highs on QBTS. Incredible price action, guys. Right now, I am down. I'm down more than 60% on my puts on QBTS. 20 contracts. At 15 cents, it is squeezing, but I've sized the position appropriately so I can sit through extreme bouts of volatility. As identified, it's a lotto. All right, high volume names. You're still seeing Plug Power ripping, Open Door ripping, LAC up 29%, QUBT up 26, Rigetti up 7, Intel negative, Snapchat up 4.5, Tesla down 1.73, QBTS up 10, Nvidia slightly greed, ANRO up 51% on talks with the White House for rare earth minerals. Ondas squeezing up 7% again. Palantir still down 3.6. RZLV up 14.98. Soundhound trying to make a move up 3.98. Cipher Mining ripping up 12%. ASTC up 21. SoFi struggling. XELB up 39 and Big Bear AI slightly negative. S&P seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. You still have Google struggling down 1.12. Interesting. OKLO getting sold into. Micron still a beast up 3%. Oracle up 0.5%. Lululemon slightly negative. UPS seeing some more strength off of lows. That's up 1.86%. You're squeezing Quantum. Squeezing it. XOM still up 1.44, Robinhood up 1.92, CoreWeave slightly green up 0.76, Webull trying to push for 3%, Boeing slightly green, DraftKings up 3, VST Vistra Corp up 3.3, ENVX up 2, SPY getting slightly faded. Let's see what SPY wants to do here. Are they going to give us that intraday reversal? So far, markets are in full bull mode on a Friday. You can see them crushing that volatility index, the VIX as well. Is still being crushed, guys. Tesla still down 1.88%. Meta down 1.14, Google still down 1.12, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon trying to turn the Qs green. QQQ has flipped back to the green side. Your Russell 2000 still up 1.5%, squeezing. Markets are absolutely relentless, guys. Relentless. Where's this liquidity coming from? Crazy, eh? Like I said, strong. When we were down here, I said give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. You held that higher low and you just ripped. And that larger time frame, just a freaking beast, right? Just climbing higher and higher and higher. I mean, that little bit of a dip that we had in the market was so short-lived. I mean, dip and rip, crazy. Look at them squeeze QBTS, absolutely annihilating my put options. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Crude oil still trying to bounce just a little bit here. Markets are an absolute ripper here. Let's look at silver real quick and gold as your US dollar is trying to firm up here, guys. Silver could be a bit of a short setup here with a high pivot stop loss there. Gold starting to come in. Your US dollar is trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal. So this is an interesting short opportunity yet again on the market. I am seeing silver miners starting to go through a bit of sell side distribution. SILJ could be forward indicating that silver might be coming through a bit of distribution. You had that spike higher. You're greatly positive on the session. Now you're doing a full round trip, gapping and cracking on silver. So just understand, silver often kind of shows you also where some of that speculative liquidity lies. So we could see some distribution as SILJ is getting smoked here. Markets are still absolutely trending. If you're wanting to short SPY here, this is not a bad area. You could wait for one more little spike higher through these pivots. If you're wanting to enter now, keep a tight stop loss. Again, how I would trade this. I would personally wait for one more spike high to short SPY. I'd actually consider getting involved myself. If you're entering here, use a 3-minute close. But I'm going to short SPY off of one more 1-minute spike candle here. I would look to re-enter 672. Let me see what the contracts are priced at here. Maybe even 671 SPY puts here. One more spike higher. Yeah, one more spike higher, guys. I'm going to enter 671 zeros. One more spike higher. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. No, they're trying to take us a little bit lower here. Trying to take us a little bit lower. QBTS still a one-way freight train. So if we get one more spike high, I will enter SPY 0 DTE puts 671s. Silver going negative. Or sorry, Silver Juniors about to go negative. Give me that one more spike high move. Come on. Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Doesn't seem like they want to give it to me. Ah, short SPY, nice job. You're in the driver's seat. I was waiting for one more little liquidity grab, never got it, but that is a nice dump to start the trend down. Come on. I'm still personally interested if it gets one more spike higher, but that could have potentially been it right there. Alibaba just went negative. Snapchat still holding steady. That seemed to have been the double top there. Come on, one more spike higher. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind that at all. Let's look at JP Morgan here. See if there's a put trade. Yeah, so JP Morgan having a nice bounce today into that previous little gap, running into some sell side, still looking strong on your 10-minute, but obviously if the market comes in. Let's look at QQQ for Venkat. Yeah, Qs are looking a little bit troublesome. They're back to the negative side. Again, you do have the weight of Tesla, Google, Meta, Netflix bringing it down here. So Qs are certainly still the weaker indice and probably the easier short setup. Definitely. But we also might see some relative strength come out of SPY and float back into your mega cap tech. Um, yeah, I saw your alert there, JP. You're in 310 puts for JP Morgan. What strike? What date are you in, JP? For JP Morgan? Just be careful with this JP Morgan. You know, it could still try to do a liquidity grab through this. You're forming this 1-minute inverse head and shoulders. Um, just be careful with JP Morgan put options. It's not looking bad at all. It's looking fairly strong. So you could easily get a liquidity sweep through this range here. So just be careful. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. You know, we took profits um, on our put options yesterday as we came into that symmetrical move. We were writing the 300 puts here in the November 14th. Nice. Oh yeah, you got a ton of time then. You got a ton of time and you're buying pretty close strike there, so you'll be good. QBTS still trying to grind higher here. Relentless, relentless market. What else we got going on? Micron still ripping. Crude oil taking a backseat breather. Tesla, holy moly, look at Tesla, guys. Tesla just getting pummeled here. Almost new lows there on that 10-minute candle. What in the world? They do not like Tessie today. No, they do not. All right, guys, I'm getting close to entering some SPY puts. 671.0 DTEs at a sweep of this high. I'd love to see a 1 minute impulse candle, short covering candle. Give it to us, baby. Give it to us. I would be a happy camper. Come on. We're getting close. We are getting close. I can't believe this QBTS chart just wrecking me. Micron new high of day. Dixie softening. Palantir down 4.41%. So PLTR still getting smoked. IONQ still holding steady. Let's look at this quantum name. It's lagging just a little bit. You're seeing some strength creeping back into your S&P 500. It is going for that liquidity sweep. I'm going to take a half position, guys. SPY. I'll take a half position on 671 puts at a spike higher here. I'm going to go in with 10 contracts. Come on, SPY. Give it to me. Don't break it. Don't break it. Don't fall yet. Give us a decline. Alright, your Dixie's still softening. QBTS still absolutely ripping. Crazy mover. Absolutely crazy mover. ENVX catching more liquidity. VST. Look at VST, how strong this stock is today. Absolutely ripping to the upside. Monster 210 and pushing, baby. Let's go. VST. Rip it. Ripper, 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 eh? I like it a lot. I really like it a lot. Come on. Can we get to 220 next week on VST? They are squeezing. Wow, SPY still struggling off of this area. Struggling immensely. SOXX still trying to catch some liquidity, pushing to the upside. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon still acting quite well. Let's look at JP Morgan. Yeah, JP Morgan's still trying to break out of the neckline, seeing a little bit of a sell side pressure candle off of that 5-minute chart breakout. Potentially a little bit of a failed breakout there. XLF though, still a strong sector today, trying to press for new highs. SPY going for another ripper here. SPY is seeing some more strength. See what QBTS is doing in. Wow, still just squeezing to the upside. Reckon me. Reckon me. They're trying to take my my money on these QBTS contracts. They're trying to take my $300. We'll see. That's why we said it was a lotto. We were picking. Alright, let's see what else. I'm still interested in SPY right now, but it's getting there. It needs to do a nice breakout. Yet again, another 1 minute inverse head and shoulders bullish pattern here, guys. Look at this little 1 minute. You know, we could get another spike high to 672.75. They are just grinding your S&P 500 higher here. Ridiculous price action. Come on, SPY. Give me that breakout through that high pivot. You can see that we haven't broken out of this high volume yet. You know, that high volume 1 minute candle where we saw a nice impulse candle, that's still keeping us technically in check right now. But we are close. We are close. I'm still waiting on 671.0 DTE put options. Google still down 1%. Snapchat still soaring, guys. Let's go. Keep pushing Snapchat up. Still a very bullish chart pattern in my opinion. Look at that move on Snapchat. What a weekly type of backtest. I mean, look at that candle. Weekly 7 MA. Huge backtest. What a bounce. Ridiculously strong today. Crazy strong. Alright, SPY breaking down here from the highs. Never fully did that liquidity sweep that I was waiting for, which is quite unfortunate. Let's see if they want to chop this QBTS down. Markets are certainly getting extended yet again. Nvidia is still slightly green on the session. Ethereum trying to firm up. Still have RSP acting very well. I'll throw in those sector checks here. Midday sector check. All sectors are green except for your consumer discretionary, which is Tesla and Amazon. Seeing the IWM curling down, crude oil, your US dollar trying to press here. SPY starting to curl to the downside. Never ever took a fill on SPY puts, but if you're short, you're looking like you're in the driver's seat here. It's still a tough trend to short. We're getting a little bit of a dip, and I'm expecting still a dip buy to probably try to come back into this market, but we are seeing some sell side pressure right now. Maybe this little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders pattern is going to fail. Maybe. Nice job, JP. Nice job. JP printed 9% profit on his JP Morgan puts. Yeah, it's still a very small range, consolidating JP Morgan. You must have been what? Where did you pick the short? Somewhere in around these highs? You shorted these little candles? Must have been. Alright, we're seeing a little bit of weakness creeping back into the Russell 2000 now. Just some minor profit taking. WTI crude trying to firm up just a touch here. So that could influence the market in a negative way. I think there's still some energy trades that are looking pretty decent intraday. SPY is breaking down. Let's look at Valero. If crude wants to break out here. Wow, VLO getting slapped around a full red to green to red reversal. Not a bad area to try to pick Valero's bottom here. Let's look at ticker RIG. SPY rolling. Getting much heavier here. Still riding these QBTS puts. My average is 15 cents. 15 cents. I'm down right now on the trade. 20 contracts at 15 cents. Remember, it is a pure speculative put play. Look at SPY rolling heavy. Rolling heavy. They see me rolling. They hating. Trolling and trying to catch me riding dirty. Financials are starting to roll heavy. These are pure lottos. Come on. JP or JP Morgan's rolling heavy. JP Morgan's rolling heavy. Snapchat's still pushing. Tesla still down 2%. Palantir down 4. SoFi down 1.8. Big Bear AI slightly negative. Cypher still strong. Quantum name still strong, but starting to come in. Again, these are lotto put plays that I'm in. Let's see if we can get paid on this QBTS. Nasty, nasty chart. 3-bar surge on the daily chart of QBTS. You are remarkably extended here. Yet again, trading into the stratosphere. You have absolutely blasted through critical resistance levels like you cannot believe. SPY coming in from the highs just a little bit. I would not be shocked if they try to take this QBTS negative. That would be a 10% swing. SPY getting heavier here. Crude oil still trying to make a move. Netflix still getting slaughtered. Meta still under pressure. Google still under pressure. Apple coming in from the highs. Nvidia coming in. Microsoft still a beast. Markets are still trending here, guys. We're still holding technical strength. Are they going to give us a big intraday reversal, or will they keep us pinned at the highs? We will certainly find out. We will certainly find out. You're still holding above your OR ranges. You've broken out bullish environments. You never officially hit your upside bull TP. Quantum name's still a beast. Financials coming in. Energy stocks trying to catch a bit of a bid again. Let me look at these energy stocks on my other screen here. See if there is a trade to be had. Chevron's actually still negative. Maybe there's a bit of a relative strength play in Chevron. Oh, that's not a bad area actually, Chevron. Those could cook. If we get call options on CVX, that could absolutely print today. Valero still struggling. Tourmaline, Meg Energy, SMR, that's pushing. RIG. That's not too bad on Chevron. Nice relative divergence there. Hourly chart bottoming tail, retest. Oh, that's quite interesting. That is quite interesting, guys. I'm going to look at a lotto trade on CVX call options. Trying to catch a bit of this energy bid. What are we trading at? 152.79 right now. What? A $2.50 spread? That is insane. That's insane. How the hell is that so? That's priced crazy right now. Oh, tempting. Maybe I'll take next week calls. I mean, 152.50s aren't bad. Let's say spread's a little bit thick. QBTS still a beast. I'm looking at CVX, guys, Chevron, for a little bit of a long here. I'm looking at some call options. I'm looking at the 152.50s at a sweep of the low. If Chevron gives us a new low here, I'd enter the 152.50s. That would be a nice sweep of your hourly chart bottoming tail there. You're still technically getting into some support levels down here. But yeah, Chevron, that looks like it could be getting very close to a potential scalp long here. S&P is coming lower. Look at that, you're back testing your EMA 113. Not a bad area. SPY getting hit pretty hard here. SPY is breaking down here, ladies and gents. SPY seeing some sell side. SPY still acting well. IWM slowly curling to the downside. Snapchat still ripping, up 5.3. Marvell still strong. OKTA weak. Duolingo still steady. Open door still up 4.5, but coming in. Micron still a beast, up 3.5. WDC up 3%. That WDC chart just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Not normal. XOM still trying to press. JP Morgan curling down. Your Russell 2000 seeing some distribution right now. Tesla has had a nice bounce off of the lows, so still down 1.32, but catching a bit of liquidity. I was hoping for a back test of this EMA on the hourly chart. Never quite satisfied my level. Meta right now, hard sell side hourly candle, trying to shake out some of those bulls. Let's look at Google. Google still just actually Google's not bad. Trying to form a bit of a potential hourly chart reversal here. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon's been bludgeoned on the daily chart recently. It also is trying to break out of an hourly bearish range. So Holding structure on that EMA 113. Your QQQ chart trying to muscle up some strength here. Let's look at NKE, Nike. Wow, they're just full liquidation of Nike. Possible day trade scalp long coming on Nike, guys. Nasty candle, reversal. Wow, a lot of distribution in Nike there. Quite a bit. Look at XOM, guys, going for that breakout. Energy stocks are still showing really strong signs of life here. XOM up 1.6%. Chevron's catching some liquidity right now. Interesting. QBTS is still a monster up in this region. No selling in quantum. Russell's curling down. Here goes crude oil, guys. Crude is trying to make a bit of a range breakout here. You could see crude. Crude is trying to trigger that little inverse head and shoulders pattern that takes you back to call it 6220-ish. 6220-ish on crude could be incoming next week. Again, very not what you would expect off of weak economic data on the manufacturing side, and crude oil trying to make a little bit of an intraday breakout. Interesting. Quantum still squeezing. OKLO trying to make a move. BABA under a little bit of pressure from the highs. Markets are still holding technical strength. Wow, look at that Apple candle, guys. Like, what the heck? Just a fat buy program off of the open. Like, that is crazy, eh? Bye, 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 bye. Just, you can imagine the um, market order, market order, market order, market order. If you set limits, you wouldn't even have had time to get. You just would have had to slap that buy. That's crazy. Impressive. All right, I'm getting an alert on DLTR. This is one we looked at in the pre-market. It did have positive news regarding another warehouse. I said, let's wait for that retrace, back testing that hourly chart, sorry, that daily chart, 1 year moving average, getting slapped down right now. Interesting. Not a bad area. Quite cool. Markets are looking a little bit heavier. Venkat is in QQQ calls, small. Interesting. IWM starting to sell off a little bit here. So just be careful. You're getting a little bit of distribution hitting the tape. Let's look at those Qs again. Quantum names are still squeezing here. Wow. All right, so it looks like my QBTS puts are cooked. Unless we get some sort of a nasty reversal in quantum, looks like I'm going to lose about 300 bucks on my QBTS. We'll see what happens though. Yeah, JP Morgan rolling. JP Morgan rolling. Yeah, a little bit of a divergence now on Qs. So Qs are catching that liquidity as you're seeing some financial distribution hitting the tape. Did issue a new options position to members. Micron's still squeezing here. Absolutely relentless. Snapchat, Marvell's still holding steady. You're in a SPY call. It's an aggressive level to buy SPY here. I'd rather watch for that EMA 113 on your 1 minute chart. It should confluence kind of with the pierce of this OR high. That's where I could see it coming into. See the IWM doing a really fat liquidity sweep of the high. That's also fairly interesting. IWM is getting heavier. QBTS at 33 bucks. Dixie still just floundering sideways. Tesla down 1.4. Soundhound getting slightly faded but still green. SoFi trying to make a move. eVTOL stocks are still holding steady. Some push-ups here to get this blood flowing. Markets are slow. Bounce on your S&P. Markets are still trending. Nice job there, Venkat. SPY calls must be ripping. Getting a nice bounce there on the 1 minute chart. As you're getting some mega cap tech liquidity creeping back into the picture. So you're still seeing the IWM softening up just a bit here. Nice job, Ben Cat. Good stuff. Good stuff. Crude oil softening, Dixie softening, so it looks like the markets want to keep pressing and charging higher here. So you're seeing a little bit of divergence. Q SPY pressing while the Russell's selling. You're getting some distribution hitting the tape in your regionals and your bios, retail. Still a strong tape for now. Russell could be doing a massive hourly chart liquidity sweep here on your Russell 2000. Big area. Imagine they took the Russell negative today. That would be crazy. Some QQQ puts. Let's see what's going on here. Big bounce there in the market off of that 1 minute candle. Financials like JP Morgan still dripping a little bit lower here. Micron's still a beast. Bitcoin right now squeezing. BTC and crypto, guys. Let's look at some of these crypto plays. SBET. Trying to potentially break out here. Let's look at BMNR. Let's look at MSTR here. Yeah, MSTR is probably going to make a move back to the high side here. BTC, guys, is starting to scream here to the high side of 0.62%. Looks like they're trying to push BTC back to new all-time highs. That's certainly looking like the case. We'll see. Maybe they start selling the indices and pushing back into crypto liquidity. We have seen that before. Maybe it'll happen again. But crypto stocks are looking filthy right now, filthy strong. Coinbase, let's look at MARA, Mara, IREN, IREN. Look at iron just exploding here, up 9%, blasting off into the stratosphere. Wow, that's crazy, eh? Cypher mining still in full beast mode right now. Sweeping the highs. SPY starting to come in just a touch here. Let's look at CMG. Chipotle starting to firm up, building a base here on CMG. How's Palantir doing again? You're still struggling immensely here. But again, SPY's just chopping around here, still holding technical strength, guys. 655 on SPY today. Wow. No. No way. No way. No way. 655? 655's down here. No freaking way. That would be you'd have to have some sort of news catalyst. That would be a 2.5% decline on SPY. You know, they're probably what, at a penny, the contracts, if you were to buy right now? That's the lowest that they're probably, I don't, I'm just guessing that would be an extraordinary move, but not very likely. Maybe you meant 665? That would be down kind of to your prior week high. Still unlikely, but you never know. But I don't know. I think they're probably gonna, it's a Friday, they're probably gonna try to keep us pinned here. We still have this higher upside target, 672.86. Hey Peter, I'll take a look at DOW for you. Oh, that's not the right ticker. DOW. Yeah, actually, that's not looking bad. You swept that low that I had there. Nice liquidity sweep. What's this trend line going all the way back to? Yeah, you even swept the COVID low. Actually, I remember talking about that. That is a very good technical level for Dow Inc. Yep, I like it. Yeah, it's very solid. Very solid. See a huge amount of volume accumulated down here. Looks like a bit of a capitulatory bottom. Let me go to the monthly real quick. Yep, you're trading inside of a monthly bottoming tail. Now, this is a monthly chart level, so just understand it could take a couple months to truly break out. You know, you could easily still retrace this monthly bottoming tail, or it's not really a bottoming tail, it's just kind of a hammer candle. It's kind of the wick and the body are almost the same size. The wick is a little bit bigger, but strong level. You did break that COVID capitulation low by a pretty big margin, reversed back inside of it on the monthly chart. I like it. I do like it. Yeah, even the daily chart's not looking bad at all. Not looking bad at all. That daily RSI is just starting to cross over that momentum, that 51 level. Weekly RSI still has a little bit of work to do, but you do have that divergence building in a pretty big way. Um, I'm going to watch that for an entry. I would personally, I'm going to look for another 7-day back test maybe and then for an entry, but I'm going to keep that on my radar. If I were to get another sweep of this area, but yeah, in terms of a long buy, yeah, I mean, accumulating down here, even common shares is super cheap, right? So 23 bucks, super cheap. I don't really know what the options are priced like right now, but yeah, it's looking pretty good. Really good, actually. Excuse me. All right, S&P 500 bouncing firmly off of its opening range high here. So really strong 10-minute chart pattern looking pretty beast mode still. Oil still trying to firm up here, tested down 1.47, Intel down 0.48, your crypto high computing miners are ripping, Cypher, Iron, IWM catching a nice bounce, energy stocks still looking poised. Geez, since I discussed that CVX trade, it is trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom here. I'd love to see it form a little bit more of a base on your intraday chart. Mm, Gains today. So MRVL starting to curl down. SPY is still pushing here. Pushing to the limit. Alright, I just gotta grab some lunch here, burning a hole in my stomach. We'll see what else we can find for setups. It's probably still some trade opportunities that are set to take place. Market's still trending. But basically, it's looking like it's going to be one winner, one loser for me on the live day trading session today. QBTS. Taking my $300. This is a small size. Still profitable from my earlier SPY dip, but nevertheless, not liking these QBTS puts. They are going against me, and I apologize about that one. We would need a significant decline in the back half of the session to take those down. Again, XOM, guys, I keep pounding the table on that for various reasons. XOM still looking like it's going to punch higher, and honestly, the way XOM moves, don't be shocked if it went to gap fill today, especially with the trending strength in the market. Do not be surprised. That could easily big push on your S&P 500. SPY looking like it wants that bullish TP. We could be squeezing here. UPS also trying to firm up here. Just gonna grab some quick lunch, guys. Again, markets are trending. Next upside target is 672.83. But honestly, just with the type of pattern we're building, it looks like we could even squeeze to the high of this wedge pattern, which would put SPY, 673. And then the bigger upside target that we have, which I'd be shocked, but 675.80. So we got three really decent upside targets in the S&P 500. Dip buyers are in full force. Bulls are squeezing. TP1, 672.85. TP2 is the upside of this wedge pattern. But your S&P 500 is absolutely squeezing. Squeezing. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just going to grab some quick lunch. ENVX, guys, looks like ENVX is going to be squeezing here. Back above $12 and starting to rip. ENVX, guys, keep that on watch. We are yet again seeing massive dip buying coming back into that name. Actually, we'll keep that up there. So massive dip buying coming into ENVX, going for a new high of day. This is where shorts get worried, where an extended stock takes a small dip and rebounds basically instantly. Volume coming in on the 10-minute chart. We are seeing a ripper here. ENVX, come on, baby. We're still riding $12 calls for December. Took some profits yesterday. Looking for this to squeeze even more. Come on, baby. We're also riding the $14 calls with members into December. Those were more lottos, but they're not looking like lottos now, just with the sheer breakout of momentum. So ENVX trying to squeeze intraday up about 4% on the session. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Craziness. Snapchat's still trying to squeeze here. Keep pressing snap. I like that too. Anyways, alright, I gotta go get my eggs. They're on the stove. Seeing a little bit of distribution hitting your semiconductors right now. So you are seeing your SOXX and SPY starting to come in just a little bit. So Micron coming in pretty heavy. SOX is catching a bit of a bid. SOXX getting a little bit choppy here. Watching for a potential break of this little bit of a near-term trend. S&P still holding technical structure right now. Still very strong tape. Let's look at ENVX squeezing. Let's go ENVX bulls. Squeeze it up. Pay us. Take us to 14 by end of month. Is squeezing, breaking out to the high side. Financials certainly looking a lot better here. You got Bank of America trying to firm up, Wells Fargo trying to catch a little bit of a bid. We'll see if money is going to rotate out of tech into financials. That's what potentially could happen here. Wells Fargo looking a little bit better. Let's look at Citigroup. Citigroup acting very well. JP Morgan. Wow, JP Morgan looking strong here. JPM trying to break out. Interesting. Contemplated taking a upside call option in Big Bear, EVAI, contemplating. Just got a little bit of momentum. Not looking terrible. Something with Amazon. Amazon's not looking too bad. Coiling here in a bit of a tight range. Let's look at Netflix. Netflix trying to make a bit of a red to green reversal itself. Your US dollar is trying to quietly grind a little bit here. You know, you have had Palantir still weak, Nvidia chopping sideways. Let's look at gold again. Gold taking a bit of a breather. Silver still a beast, up 2.46%. Ticker Wolf. Caleb's looking at Ticker Wolf. Yeah, breaking out to the high side here. Already up substantially, trading strength with the market. Yeah, it's certainly also trying to squeeze higher with that whole entire complex. Very, very strong. It's going to trade with the market though. Next real resistance. You're kind of trading into a little bit of a weekly resistance pivot. So you're doing a sweep of this little high pivot right now, or at least trying to. So there is some weekly resistance there on Wolf. I would imagine that it does have momentum to try to sweep it and get through it, but that's really your first little level of resistance that I'm seeing. Just be careful, that is a waterfall weekly sell-off bar. A lot of consolidation in this region. But after some backing and filling, you know, Wolf could still potentially go a little bit higher. You know, you could see Wolf trade into this little resistance zone. Call it 1277, maybe 13 buck Pierce. Bank stocks are certainly still acting very well right now. Looking at this ENVX, guys, I'm telling you, this thing could explode next week. The chart pattern is ridiculous. Again, I'm already long. I've been long off of this breakout candle, 1040 area. I've already secured, but wow. This is such a high short interest name. You are tapping that weekly 200, so there is some resistance. I typically don't buy stocks into weekly 200 moving averages, but such a strong technical breakout with a high short interest degree. Crazy. Crazy. IWM is still a beast, just ripping into new 52-week highs today. Absolutely astonishing price action. XOM still riding some upside call options. Chart pattern looking pretty strong. XOM showing some resiliency. Let's look at Valero again. VLO still chopping around here. Let's see Tesla. Tesla still looks like it's going to go lower, guys. New lows on Tesla look like they're incoming. Continuation in Ethereum. Let's see what SBET and BMNR are doing. SBET has performed quite well, breaking out intraday. BMNR is still lagging a little bit. You know, there's some weird stuff happening with BMNR, but perhaps it's ready for the next surge. Perhaps BMNR wants to surge, say, to 60 bucks. That could be a little bit of a lotto trade here into the end of the day, guys. Let's see what BMNR's $60 calls are. Throw some high speculation money at that long trade. Let's see what's going on here. That would be a huge trade if it hit that $60 gap fill into the end of the day. Certainly have the backdrop of crypto acting very strong. Maybe. Maybe. Ethereum still trying to push. BMNR. Bit miners. $60 call at 11 cents. All right, I'm gonna do a high risk trade, guys. I'll throw 100 bucks at it. Contracts are cheap. Again, just understand this is a lotto. Looking at BM&R, $60 calls. Again, it's super high risk. Not a lot of time left in the session, but this is one that is looking like it's breaking out, trying to squeeze. Ethereum still acting very well on tape. All right, I did enter the lotto on BMNR. Again, this is small lotto. Understand it's risky, very, very risky. I'm expecting the position to lose. This is going for a grand slam potential trade. It's very tiny, tiny, tiny. Seeing if we can catch a bit of a bump here. Again, the last couple sessions, BMNR has not been performing well, but trying to do something here. You still have massive weakness in your consumer discretionary that's underperforming. Tesla not doing too well. It's kind of dragging Amazon down a little bit. Look at Amazon, guys. Nasty breakdown there on AMZN. Ethereum still trying to push a little bit. Seeing a little bit of selling. Your dollar still just chopping sideways. Palantir still down 4.4. BBAI is slightly negative. Snapchat still ripping, up 5.5%. Strong session for Snap. Oh, come on, BMNR. Give me an impulse move. Crypto, Ethereum. What is it ETH doing here? Up 1.45. Oh my gosh, guys. Look at this dragonfly. DPRO. I mean, another day. That is crazy. Oh my God, did I sell earlier? What? We were talking about it when it was down here. Holy moly. That is filthy. All right, BMNR is seeing some sell side pressure. ETH is still just not really going anywhere. Do have Ethereum trying to make a little bit of a push here. This is where BMNR could try to break out and get that bigger move into a new high of day. Come on, give it to us, BMNR. Stop being shady here. Impressed with Ethereum. What are you doing? You're supposed to be a levered product to Ethereum. You're supposed to be moving. Come on. Here goes Ethereum, new high of day, guys. Come on. Let's see if we can squeeze BMNR. Come on, BMNR. Here goes ETH, guys. Here goes ETH. Come on, BMNR. What are you doing? Why are you lagging so much? Come on, BMNR. Squeeze it. Looking dirty. What are they doing to the stock right now? I don't know what they're doing to BMNR, but they're pinning it down here. I don't know why. I do not know why. Like, look at this Ethereum price squeezing. Punch it. Punch it with ETH. Punch it with ETH. Punch it with ETH. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. SPY still acting well though, Ram. 10-minute chart not looking too bad. It's a little heavy up here, but holding on your intraday 7 moving average on your 10-minute chart. I don't have it posted here, but putting in a little bit of a bold flag. Still consolidating. We'll see. Is it extended? Absolutely. But it's still acting well. But Ethereum, come on, BMNR, squeeze it. XOM just posted a new high of day, guys. XOM ripping. Our 115s are waking up. Crude oil trying to push. Come on, BMNR. Get your big fat ass up there. Break, 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 break. You should be squeezing. Freaking Ethereum's outperforming you on the session. That's crazy. BMNR is supposed to be a levered product of Ethereum. Ethereum's up 2.07, BMNR's up 1.9. This should be up like 4%. Come on, 6%. What is going on? They're still doing weird shit to BMNR, but you can only keep it down for so long. Ethereum is looking like it wants higher price intraday. Let's see the next little resistance zone. Yeah, we could be trying to run for this liquidity up here on ETH. High pivot. SPY is curling down here. SPY is breaking some 5-minute chart support, still holding technical structure on the 10-minute, but coming in a little bit. You do have crude oil and the Dixie still trying to consolidate. Taking a little bit of a dip, but starting to catch some little bit of buy side liquidity. How was that? SPY starting to take a little bit of a dip here. Just a minor dip on your 5-10 minute chart. Still seeing some buying the dip coming back into play. Look at XOM, guys. Just full beast mode. Looks like this is going to be a grinder into the day. Crude oil really hasn't even broken out yet. Looks like BM&R gave up the goods here, unfortunately. Not looking too good now with the sell side pressure. That was a little bit of an attempt. Had a shot there, but ETH decided to give it up. Yeah, CRMT is ripping, Peter. You were all over that this morning. Nice call out there. Wow, look at that candle move. Big stick and move to the upside. Very strong breakout. Hopefully you pick some up there. Very good move. Nice weekly bottoming tail on volume there. Solid. Very solid. Bart asking Roblox news. There wasn't any news that I saw this morning. There was just some put option activity. The only news I saw was unusual put option, heavy put option. So perhaps it's indicating that something may be brewing, but really the only news I saw was the put options. Ram saying, look at my hair, just realized I need a haircut. Yeah. I'm actually due for a haircut too. Just on the sides. I keep my sides short. My long's pretty much okay. But unfortunately, Ethereum took a bit of a dump there, which crossed that BMNR, so that trade is cooked again. It was just a small speculation attempt. You're still seeing strength in this market, although we're curling down. You got pockets of the market that are still acting very, very well. XOM right now still trying to trend. Crude oil hasn't even broken out yet. Still acting very, very well. What else we got? Robinhood's still acting well. CoreWeave looks like it's coming in, guys. So CoreWeave puts could start to pay into the end of the day, along with SPY. SPY's getting a little bit heavier here. In terms of Roblox, that has been pretty weak throughout the course of the day. Down near the lows, down 7.69%. Palantir still struggling immensely. SPY rolling, Ethereum rolling. Nice call out there, Ram, on your put options. Nice job, Venkat. Look at Tessie going new lows, guys. All right, Tesla's into an interesting area here for a potential scalp long. You're back testing, piercing that EMA, so not a bad area, but they're flushing SPY right now, so that's the only concern I have. But it is into an interesting area. I'm thinking about taking some spot Tesla call options for a bit of a dead cat bounce. It has pretty much been a straight sell side candle to the downside. Again, risk it for the biscuit here. Maybe I'm just gonna burn some more money, but let's see what some lottos are worth here. Tesla, what could we bounce back to? 430 maybe? I would say a 430 lotto. Let's see what that's worth. SPY getting heavy. Tesla huge sell. Nastiness. 45 cents? $45? All right, I'll take a bit of a lotto trade here on Tesla, guys. It's going to be a high risk, another lotto. That's what Friday is all about. Small size positions going for big grand slam hits. I took a small stab at Tesla, guys. 430 call, small stab. Small stab. Tesla 430 call. It's super, super risky. 430, 0 DTE. Again, size it for loss. Sized for loss. Five cons on Tesla. 430 calls. SPY getting wrecked here. Wrecked. Wrecked, 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 wrecked. Look at this complete and utter demolishing of price. Things are coming down heavy. SPY coming in heavy. SPY coming heavy. So I'm long Tesla. 430 call 0. We are starting to see it bounce just a little bit. Come on, Tessie. Give me a big bounce. Give me a big bounce. Give me a bounce. What's going on here? What a knife on SPY there. Nasty bloodbath. Tesla's still looking heavy. IWM coming in. Crude oil softening. Everything taking a bit of a dip here. Everything taking a dip. Even QBTS, guys, starting to come in. Imagine we make money on QBTS. That would be crazy. It's a full force liquidation in the market. Oh, man. Tesla getting wrecked here. Look at SPY. Look at QBTS coming in hard now, too. Nice little down move, but come on. We'll see if we're going to catch this falling knife or what. Holy moly, SPY is still getting liquidated, guys. Full force liquidation. Tessie, bounce us, bounce us. Slightly down on our calls, but we should get a bounce. Energy stock still remaining pretty firm off that dip. Decent bounce. Come on. Come on, Tesla. Bounce it. Bounce it. A little bit of reversal coming into Tesla. Tesla's still trying to firm up. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tessie. Big bounce. Big bounce. Take us to the promised land. Let's see what type of a bounce we can get here. Piercing that hourly chart EMA. S&P still super duper weak on the session. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. What do we have here? What do we have? 5-minute bottoming tail. Tesla's trying to bounce. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Push it. Push it, Tessie. Push it. Push it. Come on, Tessie. Come on. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it and bounce. Squeeze it and bounce. Okay, 550 50%. Nice. Yeah, bears are coming in, but the bulls are still fighting, guys. Bulls are still fighting. Remember, markets are still in a strong uptrending session. Come on, Tessie. Get your big ass up there. Bounce it. Bounce it, Tessie. Let's take these 430 calls green. Nice big bounce on SPY creeping in. Tesla trying to bounce off that EMA. Back above the hourly. XOM. New high of day. Yep, bears certainly ate on that dip there, but bulls have been eating too. Everyone's hungry. CoreWeave negative on the session. What else we got going? Micron still a beast. Russell still acting okay. Potential little 15-minute head and shoulders on the Russell. Sorry, a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on the Russell. Potential. I say that because you've triggered it, but you haven't confirmed it. But you can see you're getting a little bit choppy in this region. So there's some distribution going on. You're underneath a little bit of a neckline zone. We'll see if it wants to go down even more. Decent bounce on SPY off of prior day high. So it's a good bounce. QuantumScape still up 11.89. You're still holding higher lows in the session. Now you got to watch for, does this turn into be a right shoulder for your S&P 500? So you have a left shoulder, you have a head. Does this curl down into a little bit of a right shoulder formation that could trigger a bit of an additional bearish sell-off? But for the time being, you got a low, a higher low, another higher low. You got a high, a higher high, higher high. The trend intraday is still to the upside. Trend to the upside still. The bulls really don't want to crack this prior day high. If you start losing that, then yeah, we could easily take this tape negative. Tesla's still down 3.17%. This is a pretty decent sell-off. It's been really a one-way sell-off on the downside into a big hourly chart EMA level. So what's interesting about this level, this is your first retest of the hourly EMA since you broke out here in the beginning of September. So this should be a big level for Tesla. It should be. But obviously if the market topples over, it could go lower. Ethereum got faded, SMCI turned negative, GDX turned negative. XOM still squeezing, CoreWeave getting slapped. IWM still a little bit weaker. NVIDIA down 0.61, Palantir down 5.34%, and ripping to the downside. Open Door still up 4, Plug Power still up 33% on PLUG. SPY still getting heavy. We're still seeing some sell side pressure on the back of that news announcement that they're delaying the jobs data because of the shutdown. So market is expecting a little bit of fear here. You did have a pop in the VIX. Semiconductors are selling, Russell's selling, whole S&P falling here. CoreWeave getting slapped now. You've had the SOXS turn green, so your semiconductor complex is turning green here. SOXS trying to break out to the high side. You got Micron starting to soften up quite a bit here. You've got AMD getting smoked right now. AMD collapsing. Nvidia taking it on the chin. SPY still holding steady here, but coming in a little bit. QQQ seeing some pretty impressive weakness in your QQQ market. Big level here for your S&P 500, right over prior day high. Archer's doing well still, Quantum still hanging in there, Soundhound went negative, Cypher went negative. Bitcoin still up 1.6, crude oil still up 1, nat gas down 0.6, QQQ down 0.28, SPY up 0.2, Russell up 1.18, Amazon down 0.84, Microsoft up 0.55%, Nvidia now down almost 1%, Apple still green up 0.47, Google has firmed up off of the lows but still down 0.3, Meta down 1.5, Tesla down 3.5. Coinbase up 1.29, Netflix down 0.53, JP Morgan and banks are still acting well. Carvana taking it on the chin today. CVNA under pressure, SPY trying to pierce that prior day. We're still holding some higher lows. We haven't really closed and broken the structural trend, but a very strong dip. Markets could easily get a nice bounce here. Volume trends will start to lighten up after that news is digested. One thing I am seeing is crude oil is starting to bounce. XOM trying to go for another high of day. Semiconductors are trying to bounce. Entire market is bouncing. SPY trying to bounce off of PDH. Let's see if that was a little bit of a liquidity grab on news. Imagine they pop us right back to the highs and give us a trender into the end of the session. I don't feel like they're going to pin it here. They're either going to pump us up or they're going to dump us. We'll see. We should get a big move either way. I don't expect them to just burn theta here. We should see some sort of either a big push or a continuation of the downtrend. But you still got pockets of strength in this market. Some clear capital is rotating today. VIX is still negative. 2-year yield up 0.6, 10-year yield up 0.61. Gold's still green. Nat gas down. Bitcoin's still surging even after that pullback. JP Morgan's still acting very well. Ram saying the dump is the way to go. Venkat is in calls and on SPY and QQQ. Still hovering right off that PDH level. I would favor a bounce here, but we could do one more little sweep of the low. You still want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt, but looking heavy. We are looking heavy, that's for sure. Maybe people just don't want to carry their long exposure into the weekend. But we are at technical support. This is technical support. Everyone's saying markets are going to rip. Calls are on the way. Ram saying dead cat bounce for sure. You guys are too bullish. They're gonna sweep your call liquidity. Oh my goodness. The bulls are coming out to play. Everyone's bullish. Let's see if we get that bounce. Let's see if we get that bounce, guys. I'm hoping for a bounce too. If we don't bounce though, we could easily sell off down to 669. That would be a back test of your 1-minute SPY breakout zone. Tesla's still trying to firm up off of the lows. Venkat exited his calls all over the place. IWM seeing some sell side. SOXX curling right back down. You're still seeing relative strength in SPY, but Qs are not really participating as semiconductor SOXX, guys, is getting real heavy here. Semis are getting real heavy. Look at that. Technically had some 5-minute chart support. XOM is still squeezing. XOM is going for a new high of day, baby. Let's push it. Push it. Get it to 114. Get it to 114. Go, go, go. I want my calls to print and get in the money. XOM is squeezing. Go, baby, go. Still seeing SPY defended off of this PDH level. Tesla still trying to firm up just a little bit here. IWM still looking heavy. SOX still looking heavy. Nvidia down 0.9. Google still trying to bounce. Thanks, Venkat. Take it easy. Cheers, cheers. Cabin saying it's Friday. I thought it was Thursday, Cabin. Yes, it's Friday, end of week. Usually markets close positive. SOX is falling, new lows. New lows for your SOXX. SPY breaking here. We're doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep of those lows. Here we go. There is some 5-minute chart support. Yes, sir, it's Friday, unless I'm wrong. Nope, it's Friday. FAFO. FAFO Friday. VIX is trying to push to the green side, but they're trying to defend SPY off that PDH level. Come on, Tessie. Get a big bounce. Get a big bounce, Tessie. XOM, new high of day, baby. Squeeze those calls. Squeeze it. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Spy's still trying. Yeah. He might be by himself unless he's got a secret members live stream that I don't know about. Um, yeah. Saturday live trading. Maybe he's trading live trading crypto. That's right. I didn't even pick that up. But you're right. He's got a secret stream. I will not be live trading tomorrow. I'll be taking a break. Wow, look at CoreWeave, guys. CRWV getting absolutely walloped. CoreWeave taking it on the chin. It went from green to red in basically an intraday flash. Why is my chart? Look at that. Nasty price action for CRWV. Nasty. CoreWeave taking it. Tesla. Yeah, brownie points for you, Ram. Brownie points for you. With some extra sprinkles on top. If you don't like sprinkles, extra chocolate. Crude oil trying to coil for a bit of a breakout. Come on, Tessie, get a big fat bounce into the end of the day. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. I'm still riding 430 lottos on Tesla. 430 lottos on Tesla. That's what I'm riding. With calls. Gummy bears. Brownie gummy bears. Come on, Tessie. Get your big butt up there. Slap the buy, Elon. Slap that bid. Hit that ask. Still super, super weak. But we trying. We trying. We trying to make a move here. Here comes the bulls. Here comes the bulls. Sprinkles can fuck off. Tell me how you really feel, Cabin. That's it. I'm giving you extra sprinkles. I'm gonna give you all the colorful ones too. All right, Tessie trying to make a move here. S&P, nice bounce and liquidity grab off that 5-minute EMA 113, recapturing PDH levels like a boss. 2 minutes left in this 5-minute candle. Very sizable bullish engulfing on the 5 minutes starting to form. Let's see if it can hold. Socks are bouncing. Your Russell 2000 catching a bid. Everything's catching a bid here. Let's see if we can print on Tesla. Can we get these 430 calls green and in the money? Cabin's in a mood today. Well, just go long Tesla, Cabin. It'll change your mood for the better. Take those 430 lottos. Nothing like a Tesla lotto to change your mood. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tessie. Defend that double bottom like a boss. Rip it. Rip it. Spy still trying to hang in there just a little bit. Crude oil trying to break. He's upset that we're not trading tomorrow. He thought we were going to be doing another live stream. We can always do a crypto live stream. Trade this slow afternoon crypto volatility. Usually there's really no movement on a Saturday for crypto. There can often be movement Sunday evening for crypto. Definitely seen a lot of that, but Saturdays are usually dead in crypto space. Especially since we haven't had a Sam Bankman-Friedman incident in a while. This ENVX, guys, it is just a full-on beast. Even with that dip in the market, that small little dip, ENVX just keeps getting gobbled. You know, Thanksgiving's coming up, gobbling it up like it's some turkey. Huge mover. This is gonna print for us. If this goes where I think we're gonna go, guys, this could be a, I don't know, 400 or 500 percenter. We'll see. All right, SPY 10-minute chart still hanging on to some low, higher low, higher low. You don't really want to see it lose this PDL level. QQQ still down 0.26%, SPY up 0.2, Russell up 1.22. Tesla, Meta, Google, Nvidia, Amazon are your weak spots. Same thing with Netflix, but that is trying to firm up a little bit. Are they going to give mega cap tech a facelift into the end of the day to take the cues back to the positive side? That's what would cause this market to squeeze into the end of the day if they really pumped up Tesla, Meta, and Nvidia. If they were to push those stocks closer to the green side, we would see a huge squeeze and cover into the end of the day. Your Dixie is softening up, continuously grinding a little bit lower. Come on, Tessie. Please do it for me. Do it for me. Give me that pump. Give me that pump that I know you're capable of. Where are them Tesla bulls at? Hola. Hola. I know you're capable of a big bounce, Tessie. Bounce all the way back to this channel. That would be crazy. If Tesla could bounce all the way back to this channel that it was chopping in, that would be a move back to 438. That would be ridiculous. Not a lot of time left, but we've seen crazy moves. We've seen crazy moves. This is why it's a lotto. Ah, XOM, new high of day, baby. Slightly faded here again. Sox is seeing some sell side distribution, likely the bit of the day traders taking profit. Starting to sell Tesla a little bit more here. XOM energy stocks are continuing to squeeze. Tesla going down to 410. Yeah, I think that it can go down, but I'm trying to just scalp it here. It's a decent level. I would take this trade again, but unfortunately it's not working out for me right now. But I think it still has a shot. So it's a lotto. I still think that they can pump this market back up. Still holding technical positive structure. But I do think Tesla should go a little bit lower. In terms of the larger trend, needs to back and fill a bit more. But just for a scalp level, it's pretty decent. You got some negative divergences. This is your first back test of the hourly EMA. You've had a nice consecutive sell side handle pressure. But obviously it's weak. It's a weak stock, strong tape, struggling for sure. Drop there on SPY, getting smoked right back down. That is your back test technical buy, keeping a tight stop loss if you're wanting to go long SPY here. It's an aggressive level to try to trade it. But if you get any sort of a 3-minute close below that key reversal candle, you would likely have to stop out of the trade. But it's an aggressive long. Abandoned ship. I'm going to hold on to the lotto. I'm looking for an all or nothing on the trade. SOX is still curling down, new lows for your SOXX. So that's really taking on the chin. IWM softening. But I size my lottos for loss. It's Friday. I'll ride or die with the trade. It's only 5 contracts. It's not much money for my account. SOX is really taking on the chin, so your semiconductors are seeing quite a bit of selling here. Quantum names now under pressure, big dips in the market coming in. CoreWeave now down 3.22%. Hood is seeing some distribution. SoFi getting wrecked. Tesla looks like it wants new lows now. Bitcoin still holding steady. Energy stocks, XOM still holding steady. Quite a bit of selling has hit the tape all of a sudden. Your semis are certainly getting wrecked here, guys. Semiconductors are struggling immensely. This is a big inflection for SPY here. We're testing some critical lows. Are we getting that first lower low in the trend? We are trying to break structure intraday, cracking that OR low. Palantir got some bad news. Yeah, Palantir's been destroyed. Destroyed. This is the big level for SPY. If we lose this area, we are going to knife down to 669 pretty easily. They're probably going to take this market negative to gap fill. This is the first lower low technical structure intraday breakdown. We are coming in hot. S&P 500 knifing to the downside. We are getting liquidated here. SPY's breaking structure. Russell's coming in. Russell is coming in hot. S&P coming in. Tesla getting smoked. This is some serious liquidation here. Your semis are getting cooked. Semiconductors are getting cooked. Look at the fall on Micron. Micron going from one of the stronger semis to falling sharply. SOXS getting slapped around right now. Getting slapped. Look at the powerful move on your SOXS, guys. Nasty. Nastiness. XOM is getting very, very heavy now. IWM, QBTS, everything catching a decent size fall. You do have your Qs negative. Russell's still holding strength, but coming in. Russell's triggered that head and shoulders, knees and toes. Russell head and shoulders could take us down to, call it, Russell head and shoulders could take us down to 245. SPY right now, jeez, it's also looking pretty heavy. You need to watch for a bounce off of this trend line, your volume shelf. Then do we create a right shoulder formation? Because right now you have a left shoulder, you have a big defined head. Do we get a bounce off of our point of control that creates a right shoulder? And do we get more selling next week? We will find out. CoreWeave getting absolutely liquidated here. Imagine if all of a sudden our QBTS puts started coming back into play. They're pretty cooked, the 2950s, but you know, it's starting to get heavy too. Imagine they took QBTS negative. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Semiconductor SOX ETF is coming into its prior day low. Tesla's still getting absolutely dusted here. Down 3.7. SPY coming in hot. Coming in hot. There is a bounce level here. Big volume shelf. Gap fill sweep. Upsloping trend line. Point of control. Several little factors for a scalp. QQQ now down 0.47, Amazon down 0.9, Nvidia getting smoked down 1.4. Good job adding to our SOXS at the lows with members. Also took an extra stab at a micron short on the swing trade accounts. Markets are still looking pretty heavy. Your VIX is turned green on a Friday. Yields, even though the selling has occurred, are still trying to press. CoreWeave just getting slapped around. Here comes SPY. Holy moly, full round trip. They've gapped it. They've cracked it. They've gapped it and they cracked it. What is the poll now? The poll, 6 votes. Will SPY close below prior day high? 33% said yes, 67% said no. So the room was net wrong. Technically, we haven't closed yet, but we are looking nasty. We are looking nasty. Coming in hot, hot, hot. Coming in hot. This is the bounce level. This is the bounce level. Volume point of control being hit. 10-minute EMA is slightly lower here. How nasty are they getting? They've taken SPY full round trip. Taken SPY into the deep dark depths below. That is a nastiness. Breaking structure here, but again, a lot of support here. If we flush into that 10-minute EMA, I would take it. But the volume shelf might be enough. I would take it at that. I would take what would I take? I would take 670 SPY calls as a little bit of a lotto long into this area here. We're also retesting that breakout zone of your original inverse head and shoulders that sent us soaring. Big area. Tesla getting smoked still. Semis are weak. SPY's gone negative. Look at that. All right, guys, I'm taking a high risk stab. Long SPY, 670 calls. High risk, size it down. Taking a bit of a stab at SPY. Long 670 zeros. Long 670 zeros. Please understand it's super high risk. Super high risk. Not a lot of time left in the session. I mean, at 37 cents, we are getting full net liquidation here. They could easily keep falling this. We are still heavy in this region. They are knifing it. Look at the pressure. IWM absolutely cratering. Tesla cratering. QBTS cratering. SPY full net liquidation here. They are falling sharply here. Nasty decline. Look at that 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 15-minute red candles in a row, knifing through your big EMA level. Tesla getting destroyed. Your Russell 2000 also getting absolutely destroyed. Look at that Russell breaking down. It's still positive, but coming in hot. Your QQQ, let's flip to that. Nice bounce coming in, guys. TP1, come on. Big bounce, creeping back in. Big bounce. Big bounce, guys. Come on, SPY, keep it going. Come on, defend that price. Defend that volume shelf. Defend that volume shelf, SPY. Defend it. We're coming up into TP1 here. Come on. No, I'm not muted. I got volume. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I think it's just your sound there, Ram. Come on. Come on, SPY. Push it up a little bit. Push it up a little bit. You're nice and oversold here. Big fat minute candle on the 1 minute time frame there. A lot of support down here on your smaller time frames. Quite a bit of support. I'm looking ready to trim half of my SPY calls at TP1, guys. I'm looking ready to trim half of my SPY calls at TP1. And I'll just move stop loss to break even in the event that they give us a big bounce here. Come on, SPY. Defend that volume shelf point of control. We are up 11 cents a contract here, and we're pushing. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. All right, guys. That is TP1 there. We just tapped that. Took a small half the trim at 53 cents, guys. Half the position off at 53 cents. Gonna ride the rest of the other half at break even. So that was a good little trade there. 42% on first trim on SPY. And I'm just going to manage a break-even stop loss. All right, we're back in the driver's seat. Contracts are still pushing. Can we get 670s back in the money, guys? TP2 for me would be back into this value area high here. Or actually opening range low. That would be my second trim. I would take all the contracts off the table at OR low, 669.93. But right now I have a break-even stop loss. Took 42% trim there. Good little trade there on SPY. Good little long trade. There's your TP1 again. Anyone, you can even get a better exit than me. Contracts at 54 cents there. Again, TP2 for me is all the way up here. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get these 670s. Can we push them into the money? Can we hit a nice 100%er here? Contracts need to get to about 74 cents here. Come on. IWM still heavy. SOX is getting a fat candle bounce. Your dollar breaking out to the high side, the Dixie. So this little SPY trade into the end of the day makes up for my little bit of a Tesla 0 DTE. Tesla, believe it or not, could still have a strong bounce into the end of the day if the market firms up. But nice SPY trade. Come on, bounce a little bit more. Retest that OR low. Come on, SPY. Still super heavy here. Dixie still trying to curl to the upside. Oil still trying to break out. Russell 2000 still could go lower. This was a big bounce, guys. Make sure you're not trying to chase price action. They could easily knife us back down to a double bottom here. They could easily knife us back down. If they were to take us back to double bottom, I would reaccumulate. All right, I might get stopped out here. It's close, very close to stopping me out. 2 cents away here. Oh, they're trying to fight here. Bulls are trying to fight. Come on, Bulls. Push it right back up. Push it. Push it. Get your big butt up there, Bulls. XOM still strong. QBTS selling off. Come on. Socks are still heavy. Semis are still coming in hot and heavy, guys. Semis are coming in heavy. All right, guys, I'm stopped out there at break even on the rest of the runners. I did get stopped out on the rest of the runners. They took it there. Of course, they grabbed that liquidity, but I did get stopped out. I would look for of course, they grabbed my liquidity. Break even. That's okay. We made money for break even. That's okay. We made money. 42% gain. I'm happy with the trade. I would reaccumulate if we were to come back down to double bottom on SPY, but I did get stopped out on the runners. But net, nice little win. A few $100 in the pocket there. If you're still long SPY, it could still push to the back to that OR low. Crazy. This is super high risk, and I don't recommend it. But the money that I just made on SPY, I'm gonna roll it into my Tesla lottos. I'm gonna go for 430s again. So I just added the profits that I made on SPY there back into the Tesla 430s. Just trying to work my average a little bit. Again, it's probably not the wisest thing to do, but still think they could give us a nice pump here into the end of the day. Russell 2000 still coming in. Your US dollar still trying to shake and move to the upside. SPY still heavy. There actually might be another SPY trade here as well. Interesting. Big area here for SPY. Back testing that 10-minute EMA. Big area. Do we have another SPY trade coming into the picture here? You just have semis that are super weak right now. CoreWeave still down 4%, Meta down 1.7, Google down 0.4, Apple almost going negative, Nvidia still down 1.45, Microsoft almost going negative. Come on, Tessie, firm up here. Again, SPY, this is your back test area, piercing that 10-minute or tagging that 10-minute EMA yet again. Still a really sizable area for the market. But you've done the good old-fashioned gap and crack, so never a good sign. They're starting to melt SPY lower again. Maybe I'll jump back into a SPY trade yet again. Maybe I won't do, maybe I'll do 669s. 669 SPY calls? Oof. We are selling here quite a bit more. All right. Let's see what they want to do here. All right, guys, if we make a brief new low here, I'm going to jump into 669 SPY calls. A brief new low. I'm going to jump into 669 SPY calls. Again, size your positioning down. This is very aggressive. Not a lot of time left. A couple hours. Come on. Give us a new low. Semiconductors are still looking heavy. Russell's almost completed its downside head and shoulders target. Tesla's still struggling here. Looking pretty heavy. Retracing that 10-minute bottoming tail. A little bit of liquidity coming back in. Yeah, I agree. A sudden push can come back into SPY. I agree, for sure. There's a lot of support here, but we have broken that technical structure intraday, right? So that's a tough, tough tape. Tough, tough tape. Wow, look at your US dollar, guys. Your US dollar is just ripping here into the end of the day. What a mover. Holy moly. That is filthy. You're in 670 calls, currently down. Yeah, I took profits on my 670s. That's where I hit that TP1, put stop loss break even, 42% on the zeros. I'm down on my Tesla though. So I need to stand up for this crazy shit. This is getting too crazy. Move my chair out of the way. Come on, SPY, sweep those lows. Sweep those lows again. IWM still looking pretty heavy here. SOX is still selling. CoreWeave now down 4.45. Webull has gone negative. SPY still struggling here. What the heck are those 670s back priced again? 670s are back to 33 cents, even lower than we were where we enter. That's crazy because we could still bounce there. Wow, look at the big bounce coming in. Bulls are trying to defend a bit of a double bottom range here. Wow, Tesla's just so heavy. All right, your Dixie is softening up just a little bit here, guys. All right, you know what, guys? I'm gonna take 670 SPY calls again, zeros, 670s. Filled at 32 cents. Here we go. Come on, SPY. I'm back in 670s, lower price, 32 cents a contract. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, recapture that volume shelf. Recapture it. Starting to push up. All right, my first TP back on these 670s. I'm going to raise it up higher here. It'll be right into the bottom of this 10-minute candle around 669.45. TP2 still remains the same, right to that OR low. Come on, SPY. Punch it, punch it, punch it. Here we go. We're starting to rip here. Starting to rip. Again, at TP1 here, which is this red line coming up, I'll sell half. Same strategy, move stop loss to break even. Let's go, SPY. Come on. Beautiful little entry there. Come on, a little bit more. Punch it. There it is, guys. All right, I trimmed half there again at 52 cents. Basically the same trade. Trimmed half there at 52 cents. Move stop loss to break even. Another little beautiful entry. TP2 coming in. I will exit the rest of the calls there. Beautiful. From 32 cents to 52 cents. Even a bigger gain than the last trade. Amazing. So just over 62% first trim there, guys. Still holding contracts break even. Come on, give us a little bit more push. Again, TP2 is my next target where I'll exit all the calls. That's that OR low. If we get a surge there, that's where I will exit and sell. As of now, I have a break even in place. Let's see if we can get these test the calls to squeeze back up. So nice little couple SPY trades there. Catching that initial bounce, waiting for the retrace, buying it up again. This is why I had to stand up. We were just getting too much action here. Too much action. All right, contracts are still trying to shake and move to the upside. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little more. Don't do that, SPY. Why can't you just complete the whole move? Don't sell off here. All right, guys, manage that trade. Break even for me at 32 cents is my stop. That is a hard stop. At 32 cents for SPY. We're still up nicely. We are still up nicely, I repeat. Come on, take us to TP2. Make us over 100% on the rest of these contracts. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Big push. Big push. Send it. Send it. Send it. Tesla trying to firm here. Could we get Tesla back to 430 end of day? That would be a banger. If we do, those contracts would absolutely fly. Fly. Oil stocks taking on the chin now. XOM seeing some profit taking. That typically means that tech is going to catch a bounce. So you're seeing some energy stocks seeing a little bit of distribution now. Micron still green. Baba down 1%. Lulu down 0.6. Google still struggling. Snapchat still green, but it's giving back a lion's share of its gains. Here comes, come on, SPY. I don't want that theta. Oracle down 1.15. Marvell's down 0.75. Come on, give us a punch here. Theta is starting to kick in. The theta burn is starting to kick in, guys. We need SPY to press here, or else these contracts are going to lose value quickly. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Come on. So again, a couple bad trades for me in the morning. Nice profits on the swing trade side, nat gas, etc. But QBTS stole my money. But making it back through SPY here. Hopefully Tesla can still be that grand slam lotto that I'm expecting. It is trying to firm up here. You know, we got a lot of work to do, but it is trying to float and grind. Potential little bit of a higher low on Tesla, breaking through the higher high. Maybe an inverse head and shoulders building. SPY, come on, here we go, SPY. Here we go, guys. If you get crazy impulse candles, because it could happen, a lot of weird price action occurs on Friday. Be ready to trim and sell the rest of the contracts, or that's what I'm doing, into this OR low range. Come on, Tessie starting to squeeze. Tessie trying to catch that squeeze like we know it can. Come on, SPY. Bring us to the promised land. Hit TP2 and I'd be a happy camper. Come on, hit this TP2 level. Come on, get through that resistance level 1. Come on, you know you want to. Come on, SPY. Tesla's trying to get going here, guys. Come on. I would be amazed if Tesla takes our contracts green. IWM still seeing some heavy distribution. Semis are bouncing, quantum stocks are bouncing, dollar taking a breather, oil starting to curl down. All right, this is SPY. SPY's getting close for that next leg higher. Come on. Can smell it. Break that 1 minute bull flag. Technically holding above its impulse volume shelf here. Point of control. It's back tested a key 10-minute EMA 113. You've held structure off of that original breakout trend line. Here we go. It is starting to wake up here. Break it, SPY. Break it. Come on, come on, come on. Tesla's catching that liquidity. Semis are still trying to bounce. Here comes the 1 minute bull flag break. Come on, SPY. Get these 670s. Take them in the money. Take them in the money. Come on, SPY. Here we go. Contracts are starting to explode. Tesla's starting to rip. Come on. 670s are trying to get to the money. Come on. Get them in the money. You got more, SPY. You got more. Let's get that squeezer going on. Where are these bulls at? Where are these bulls at? We are long. We are strong. Our runners are almost up 100% here. These SPY 670s are almost pushing 100. If we can get them in the money, they will be up over 100%. Here we go. Come on. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing it. We're up about 80% and climbing. Come on. Get to 670 in the next couple minutes. Avoid all that theta burn. Tesla ripping. All right, 61 cents on the bid here. We're almost 64 cents. We'll be up 100%, guys. 64 cents will be up 100% on these SPY calls. Again, if you want to leave some runners on the table in the case we get a big squeeze, I am just looking to fully exit once we tap TP2. We are close. Tesla's still trying. Come on, a little bit more. We're up almost 100%. We are on the ask here. Here we go. Come on. Tap that OR low. We're so close, SPY. You're so close. Get a little bit more. 1 penny away from 100%. Come on. All right, guys, I am all out of my SPY calls. 67 cents, all out of SPY calls there. Beautiful, beautiful trade there, guys. I just sold all of them. You can even get a better exit than me. 110% gain there on the contracts. Beautiful. Let's see if Tesla can now firm up. Excellent trade there, guys. SPY's still squeezing, but I'm all out. Still holding some Tesla lottos, but those are a long shot. But money has been made on SPY. Let's go. Let's go. Excellent. 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 That's what I like to see. Nice little rush into the end of the day. What a rush, eh? That's what I like. That's what we live for as traders. Look at that little reversal sell. Not impacting me. I am all out, guys. That TP2 level. We could still push, but that's a decent area, guys. That's a decent area. A full-on bounce and retest of OR low after a bit of a bearish breakdown. But the nice thing is that they did defend a bit of a double bottom. And you're still on that neckline of your head and inverse head and shoulders breakout. But would I buy SPY again if it flushed lower? 100% I would. I would. But nice trade. That's what I like to see. Come on, Tesla. Now, if we can just get Tesla, I would even be happy with Tesla break even at 26 cents. So I'm in the 430 calls at 26 cents an average. And right now they're at 19 cents. So I'm down 6 cents a contract here, 7 cents a contract. That's a long shot. But money was made on SPY. XOM trying to float and grind. Dixie still curling down. Nat Gas getting clobbered. Anyone still in that Nat Gas short from yesterday and this morning? KOLD is absolutely ripping new highs of the session. Beautiful short trade on Nat Gas. That was our live trading member shout out. I love trading Nat Gas. It's one of my favorite commodities. One of my favorite commodities. I think I've made probably the most money off of trading natural gas in my career. There's just some niche stocks that you find, right? Some people are the indices. Nat gas is a really smooth mover in my opinion, except for the volatility, the spikes up and down. But XOM going for another new high of day. Look at Tesla. Come on, take us back to at least flat, Tesla. If they push this market back to the highs, that would be insane. Ram saying markets will gap down on Monday. Bold call. Bold call. So look what's interesting is happening here. You have the recipe for a left shoulder, a head, and maybe we're forming a right shoulder. It's still a little bit premature, right? But just maybe we're going to form a right shoulder on SPY. But as of now, we still have a low, a higher low, a high, a higher highs. We still have a strong uptrend. Very strong. Come on, Tesla, squeeze it. Man, if these Tesla calls went all the way to 430, like we've seen some end of day squeezes, we still have CFTC net positioning coming out at 330. So that could be a little bit of market moving data. But wow. What a day, guys. What a day already. Backtesting your 5-minute EMA 113. Tesla still trying to squeeze a little bit more here. Come on, Tessie. Come on. Contracts are 20 cents. I'm down 6 cents right now on my Tesla calls. Technicals are okay, but the fear of the government shutdown is there. Yeah, but surprisingly, the markets have had this sell-off happened not because of the fear of the shutdown. It happened because of the jobs report being delayed. So now people are expecting and speculating that, oh, if the government's shut down and the jobs report is delayed, maybe they're just delaying the jobs report because it's a horrific number. So we did see the jolts earlier in the week. It was pretty bad. So perhaps the number for the jobs is just starting to deteriorate sharply, that they're trying to kick the can down the road. But in reality, the markets, since the government shutdown was announced, when was it announced? I mean, We started speculating it earlier in the week. The markets just kept grinding higher and higher on the rumor of the government shutdown. But this was all on the jobs report being delayed. But we'll see. You know, the markets are still an absolute insane mechanism that knows how to climb the wall of worry. But it's a bold call. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. They certainly like to gap the markets down on Mondays. We all know about those Mondays where you wake up, gap down, sea of red. Could easily happen. Certainly does add a little bit of fear with the shutdown, uncertainty, a little bit of uncertainty. So you could be right, Ram. Could be right. That's why we still have a mixed, diverse portfolio, a lot of long exposure still, a lot of short exposure. Big bounce in the market. Anyone still holding their 670 zero DTEs, you are laughing. I'm just riding upside Tesla calls right now. The 430 zero DTEs. Again, slightly down, but they're trying to climb back. I'm only down about 4 cents now. And again, if these start to get close to being in the money, I mean, wow, look at this Ripper on SPY, guys. Look at the Ripper. Yeah, no, that's all we can do, right? And bouncing ideas off each other here in the market, all we can do is try to speculate, right? All of us that invest and trade in the market, we're speculators. I like to think we're educated speculators, but sometimes the stock market makes fools out of all of us. I've certainly lost a lot of money as well. No one's a perfect trader or an investor. All right, Tesla, ripping here. Okay, my average is at 26 cents. My first entry was horrific. I bought contracts at 46 cents. Thought that was a good deal. Watched them plummet. Added my SPY profits off of that first trade at 13 cents. Lowered my average significantly. Now I'm green on my trade. And Tesla's starting to rip, guys. 430 calls are starting to wake up. Oh my God, if they actually take these 430s, that would be insane. Yeah, that's all you can do is learn, right? Learn, observe, make educated decisions. Come on, Tessie. Keep going, Tesla. No way Tesla's going to get to 430 today. Imagine, that would be insane. What's this move here? Let me just see something here. So this was 416, already almost a 10-point move. Interesting. Okay, let me take this move to this move. 427 maybe. Squeeze Tesla. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. What a phenomenal bounce in your S&P, guys. That is a phenomenal bounce. Some resistance here at prior day high, but what a V-shaped. Tesla's still trying to moon here. Come on, Tessie. Take us back to the promised land. I can't believe I'm actually green on my Tesla calls. That is just filthy. That is just filthy. We got a lot of time here for them to run the market. Wow, look at oil. Oil's getting smoked here, guys. Oil taking it on the chin. That is a nasty little down candle on oil. Tesla's trying to make a full-on bull reversal. Come on, Tessie. Holy moly. Holy moly. Tesla is squeezing here, guys. Come on, Tessie. Keep going. SPY trying to get above that prior day. Come on, Tessie. Squeeze. That's okay, Ren. You'll get it back. Did you sell your calls early, Ram? Is that what happened? 670s? Because you were in the 670s, so those went. I know you were probably taking more time on your position. You probably weren't trading zeros. But I was trading zeros. I love my zero DTEs, even though they're risky. The volatility is insane. All right, big rejection there on Tesla. 2-minute bear engulfing. Doesn't mean much. Still could push this market higher here. You're just getting a little bit of profit taking off of that prior day high. That is a technical resistance zone. But this bounce, guys, looks freaking ferocious. I mean, this market bounce looks crazy. You were in the zero DTs, 670s? You must have just sold a little early. Unless you entered too early. Come on, Tessie. Keep pushing, keep pushing. By getting some slight resistance selling. Now I'm back down 7 cents on my contracts for Tesla, 8 cents. Probably should have taken them off the table there when I was briefly in the money. But I'm greedy, guys. I am greedy with Tesla. You know, greed, greed, greed. It gets us all. SoFi absolutely destroyed today. Roblox destroyed today. You look at that. Bounce. SoFi got wrecked. Again, we did close our SoFi put options, guys, just as a heads up with members. We took our $26 puts off of the table today. I don't think it's a long, but getting stretched here. You know, SoFi, I wouldn't be surprised if it had a bounce on Monday. Look at the nice sell side pressure. So we shorted up here off of this retest. Boom, nice decline. Really sharp decline. Let's look at some of these bank stocks again. JP Morgan, strong bounce. Citigroup, pretty strong bounce. Bank of America. Oh, Tesla, what are you doing to me? Tesla kills me. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CRWV. How is that HOLO doing? Probably has much more volume now. Wow, it ended up spiking all the way to 560 coming in. Let's look at Archer Aviation's ACHR. Wow, look at Archer today, up 10% and soaring. eVTOL stocks break out. Holy moly. Should have just entered that at the open. Crazy. Crazy. Come on, Tessie, please. Take my calls back to the green side. Your Russell 2000 still under a little bit of pressure here. Looking like it wants to go a bit lower. Nice little daily topping tail. Off of a bit of a double top resistance. So you are still seeing small caps get sold into here. Let's look at your NASDAQ QQQ. NASDAQ also trying to bounce still. Flip back to that S&P. Carvana down 4%. Home builders are acting well. MSTR, despite the strength in Bitcoin, MSTR is negative. They've been doing weird stuff to crypto stocks. I don't like it. I did lose money on BM&R today. Another little lotto. 10 contracts at 10 cents, $100. Lost money on my QBTS today. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Chipotle Mexican Grill having a stellar day today. That's up 3%. UPS strong day. Viking Therapeutics up 4. Strong day for Viking. Marijuana stocks, hey, they're just such liquidity traps. CGC, that pump off of the endocannabinoid news from Trump. 1 day pump and then they dump it. Just filthy. Let's look at some of these 3D printing stocks. Triple D's. Not double D's, but triple D's. Triple D 3D printing looking pretty decent still from a momentum standpoint. Again, very speculative company, but has the backdrop of potentially the US trying to firm up their national security matters in 3D printing. All right, Tesla trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Let's look at BlackBerry, BB. I know Sarfer has made us some money on the earnings pop, and that basically has done a full round trip. So we were able to catch those nice little 450 calls off of that earnings pump, and now they're right back down to that strike zone where we took profits on that pump on this day. So interesting. BlackBerry is into an aggressive bounce and buy zone here. Come on, Tessie, make a move, make a move. Actually, I'd wait for that weekly 200. That's sitting at 437. Not a bad area. Let's look at Humana again. Wow. Holy moly. Humana's up 11%. Was there news on Humana that I missed? Jeez. What the heck happened with Humana? Holy moly. I mean, I know the healthcare complex was strong. UNH gapping up. CNC today pushing to the high side. I still have upside more on CNC. Tesla trying to make a little bit more of a move here. But wow, I did not expect that craziness. Come on, Tessie, squeeze it. End of day squeeze on Tesla. Come on, break us out. Break us. All right, what else do we have shaking and moving here? I'm just looking. Jets ETF, that's up 1%. Snap, Fubo, still green. Airlines are still acting well. Intel really got faded again off of the highs. It still had a stellar week, Intel. Still got a lot of momentum and strength behind it. Silver's still ripping. Oh, you know what I haven't checked in a while is AEO. How's American Eagle doing? Kind of fizzling out. That momentum is definitely dying. So that was a nice trade that we caught. What else we got going on? Uber. Let's look at Lyft's chart. LYFT. Lyft is still just putting in what appears to be bull flag consolidation. How's Uber doing? Uber's still trying to move. How's this LiDAR stock? LAZR. Yeah, look at this laser. High volume breakout. Interesting. Showing some pretty decent signs of accumulation there. Your S&P 500 just still chopping around. Lululemon down 1%. Hershey having a good day. Another down day for Costco. Is that into a buy level? Let's see what Costco's doing. Costco's nice, and this is backtesting a big level for Costco. You don't typically see Costco go through these consolidation periods all that much. Let me remove these drawings just to clear things up. Big bounce, lower high. Yeah, maybe Costco wants to try to sweep this bullish liquidity, but definitely into some daily chart areas here that would catch a relief bounce for Costco. You want to look at ASML, APK, ASML. Yeah, what a beast. I mean, you look at across the semiconductor, there's a lot of charts like this. There's some charts that are even worse, right? But I mean, just there's some charts that are even worse, right? But I mean, just a monster. You know, it almost looks like you fulfilled the upside targets, right, of these bullish patterns, but a lot of investors just want to chase those all-time high breakouts, right? But crazy mover. This is just the theme in semiconductor land. That is the theme for sure. You look at your SOXX, right? Pretty much the same chart setup. It is negative today. I'm trying to form a bit of a bearish candle formation. Let's look at RKT. RKT still down a little bit. Let's look at ASTS. Strong day for ASTS. How's ALAB doing? That's still going through some backing and filling. Bloom Energy. Wow. Wow, guys. Isn't it insane? Remember when we scalped it long down here? We should have just held. Would have, could have, should have. That's insane. Let's look at Rocket Labs, RKLB. And if there's any other quick tickers, guys, you want me to take a peek at? Wow, look at Rocket Labs. Strong. Very strong. AFRM. Still under some pressure. Carvana. Still under some pressure today. How's Trade Desk doing? TTD. Yeah, not bad. Trying to firm up off of the lows. How's that SRPT? I forgot to check that. Oh, it hasn't really gone anywhere today. Interesting. You're used, yeah, I guess. I mean, there has been a lot of stocks parabolic, right? But I think we've seen a lot of stocks go parabolic, but I just think, you know, how parabolic they're going is crazy. You know, you look at this Dragonfly too. DPRO. You know, which we were long off that 448, left a hell of a lot on the table. I mean, you just look at these moves, right? It's insane. How's OKLO doing again? Still just backing and filling. This is probably the most parabolic chart, WDC. Let's go through some of these mega caps again. Microsoft Daily, still holding technical structure. Google, still holding technical structure. Is Amazon ready for a long yet? Let's see. Another hard down day for Amazon. It's getting there. It's getting there. Closing, look to be closing below its weekly 20 moving average. Look at XLY, nice 3 weeks of distribution, back testing its weekly 7. You still have more upside on XLY. XLY could still squeeze to 271. What do we guys think? Are they going to run SPY up here into the end of the day, just sitting on that OR low? Think they're going to give it a pump, or are they going to flush us again? I have fulfilled both my targets, so I'll remove those just to clean up the chart. Turn some of these key MAs off. It's the consensus, guys. Started a new poll there. Power hour, pump or dump. Take your pick. Let's see what the room is made out of. Maybe I'll take a 0 DTE indice trade based off of the room consensus here. If we get 7 votes and we have a majority one way, I'll trade the indices that way. So basically, if power hour, pump or dump on SPY, put in your votes. I will trade. I'll put a little bit of capital. You missed the sell on CCH. Yeah, that came in sharply. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a few minutes. Again, power hour will take a trade based off of the room's poll. Either a dump or pump. If you vote, Peter, what do you think is going to happen? Dump or pump? You were lost. All right, guys, we are seeing the S&P selling off a little bit here. Here we go. SPY falling. We are falling. Falling for you. Four votes. The room says pump. There we go. Need a few more. Peter's saying a 6700 SPX Lotto. SPX Lotto, eh? 6700 SP. Are you already in it? 75 cents, eh? Yeah, 67 would pay. 67, that would be what, a 668 put on SPY? 668 put on SPY. Could pay. So far we got only 4 votes. Tesla trying to firm up just a little bit. Hour and 4 minutes. 4 minutes till power hour. 4 minutes till the big power hour. Or will it be sour hour? We will see. We shall see. CNC still ripping. Chipotle still ripping. So 668 SPY put right now is 12 cents on the ask. If we were to do a 671 SPY call, it is 12 cents. Which way are we going to go? Up or down? Up or down? Up or down? It's going to be crazy. The way that the dollar is fading and crude oil is fading, I would also suggest we're going to go higher, just with those two headwinds softening up. Nice. In and out. Good stuff there. Good stuff. $6.71 SPY call still at 12 cents. Interesting. The contract hasn't even moved yet. Now it's starting to move. Just a little bit. Seconds actually, technically at opening range. This is technically a short setup on SPY. Technically a short setup on SPY. All right, guys, I'm going to take SPY puts. Oh, wait, let me just see what we do here on this next 5-minute candle. But I'm thinking of SPY 668s. They're at 9 cents right now. Here, guys, I just took 10 contracts, 668 put on SPY, small size, 80 bucks, 10 cons. It's a lotto. Ride or die. Going against the room. We only got 4 votes. Didn't get enough. Let's see. Whoa, look at Tesla ripping here. Tesla catching a fat candle. SPY's pushing. Tesla catching some news maybe. Wow, Tesla's trying to rip here. What is happening with Tesla? Tesla 430. So we still have 430s and we have a hedge on SPY with puts. Right now I'm down about 2 cents on my 430 Tesla calls, but I think there might be some news on Tesla. It's trying to pop here. Not too sure what that is, guys. Not too sure what's going on with Tessie, but perhaps some news. So I'm riding SPY Lottos. Again, 80 bucks size for loss. Very light. Nothing that's going to make me lose my shirt. Tesla's trying to catch a little bit of a volatility pump here. The 430s Tesla calls are starting to wake up here again. Maybe it's just a fake pump here. But we're kind of hedged. I'd love to see my Teslas push. I'd love to see it, but riding some downside lottos on SPY. 668 at 8 cents. IWM curling down. Come on, Tessie. Just burning it. They're trying to peak Tesla up here, pushing SPY up as well. Still kind of just chopping in no man's land. I'd love to see Tesla squeeze. That is a bigger lotto in my port than SPY. Come on, Tesla. Go, 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 go. You cut those SPY puts, guys. Just for a small loss there. Looks like we're going to make a push here. Gonna keep riding my Teslas. To break even on my Tesla 430s. Can we get a huge squeeze here into the end of the day? Come on, Tesla. Come on. Come on, Tesla. Go, 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 go. Squeeze it, Tesla. Squeeze it. Yes, Tesla's starting to wake up here, guys. I'd be shocked if I can. I actually am green on the trade. Slightly. Move that TP zone up just a little bit. Surfer is saying, look at MNTK, huge IV on the $5 call, October 17th. Let's take a peek. MNTK. I'm not too familiar with that name. Come on, Tesla. So I'm going to look to trim half of my contracts around 426 on Tesla. If we push there. MNTK, wow. What the hell happened here? 363,000. Little light volume, but you know, for this type of a penny stock, or not really a penny stock, but lower priced equity. MNTK. A lot of IV on the fives, eh? That's basically a double in price. What the heck is this? A biotech? Process industries, industrial specialties, market cap 358,000. Interesting. Monatook Renewables. I have no idea what they do. Um, Monotech Resources is a renewable energy company focused on converting waste into clean energy. Here's what they do. Core business, biogas recovery. They capture methane from landfills and other fossil fuel sources. Renewable natural gas, RNG. The captured methane is processed into RNG, which can be used as a cleaner alternative to traditional natural gas. Renewable electricity generation. Some of the methane is converted into electricity and fed into the power grid. Customers, long-term operator of landfills and livestock farms, local utilities, large refiners in the nat gas and refinery sector. Founded in 1980, headquarters Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, industry special chemicals, employees 166 full-time. Monotech's mission is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by turning methane, a potent pollutant, into usable energy. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Yes, it would be a double top, Caleb. Yes, it would. Tesla's trying to push up here, guys. Again, I'm still looking at trimming half the contracts at TP1. Let's flip back to the SPY intraday. Thanks for bringing that to our observation, surfers. What did you say? Which October 17th? Oh, that's pretty soon then. Do they have an earnings report or something? MNTK. All right, Tesla's trying to squeeze, guys. Tesla's trying to squeeze. I wonder if they have. All right, guys, I'm taking half of my Tesla off the table. 32-cent trim there. So a little bit of a net gain. 26 is 32 cents, 6-cent net gain there at TP1 for Tesla. Do you also see the IV on the $5 calls? I haven't actually looked, but I'm sure it's there. I trust your judgment. So the October 17th, $5. Wow, look at Tesla squeezing here. I'll look in a bit, Sarfres. Tesla's just trying to make a move here, and if I can get these 430s in the money, I'll be paid huge. But wow, look at the move on Tessie, guys. Holy moly. Our 430s are actually starting to print. They're at 40 cents now. Woof. Look at that. I'll take a peek in a second. Come on, squeeze, Tesla, squeeze. We are seeing it. So basically, Tesla is starting to almost be up 100% here. Come on, Tesla, keep squeezing, keep squeezing. All right, it's no longer up 100%. It's crazy the volatility in these contracts with the amount of time. Earnings releases in November. Thank you. XOM grinding higher here. That's trying to shake and move. Come on, Tessie. Keep squeezing. Keep squeezing. If I could get these 430s in the money, holy moly, that would be amazing end to the week. Amazing. But I did trim half there just to reduce some exposure. I only have 7 contracts left on Tesla, so it's still small, but it would be nice. It would be nice. So I trimmed 7, I have 7 remaining. Priced at 26 cents. I'm just gonna keep a break-even stop loss on Tesla, 430s. 27 cents is my stop loss. So in case we just keep squeezing into the end of the day, I mean 430 is up here at TP2, so we could see it. I mean, we're starting to get some really interesting flow here and interest in these contracts. Come on, keep going, Tessie, keep going. Oh my goodness, if these get to 430, they are going to explode. Explode, guys. Come on, Tessie, keep going, keep going, keep going. Look at Tesla diverging from SPY. Beautiful. I like it. Go, Tesla, go. Come on, keep going, keep going. Please get these 430s in the money. Again, I can take a nice profit off the table here, but I'm looking for that grand slam. Grand slam. Can we get it? Can they shoot it? Shooter, shooter. Look at that. That EV headline, sorry, that tariff headline by Trump is pumping up automotive stocks. Look at Tesla. Huge ripper here. We're almost up 100% now. Oh my goodness, we are flying. We just crossed the 100% barrier in Tesla. These contracts are exploding, guys. The 430s are exploding. I've been patient with them. Holy moly. Holy moly. Come on, get these 430s in the money. Go, Tesla, go. Come on, we're finding a little bit of resistance. I'm up over 100%. 55 cents on the bid right now. Come on, keep going. 58 cents. Come on, Tesla. Go, squeeze it. 70 cents. These are ripping, guys. These are ripping. Holy moly. 76 cents. Let's go. 80 cents. Oh my gosh. We are seeing some huge bullish flow, guys. We are coming into TP here. Holy moly, I'm gonna have to take these off the table at TP2. Come on, Tesla, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh my God, we're squeezing. Oh yes, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Keep going, keep going. Come on, keep going. Impulse candle. Big stick, big stick. 91 cents, 96 cents. Oh my God, we're almost there. Come on. $1.10. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. A little bit more, Tessie. A little bit more. You can do it. You still got 45 minutes. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. All right, guys, I'm getting close. Getting close. No, no, no. Don't pull back. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. No. You got more. You got more, Tessie. You got more. I'm a greedy SOB. I am greedy. Come on, push back. Aw, shit. Come on. You got more, Tesla. Don't do it. Hit TP, hit TP. Wow, these contracts move fast, guys. They were at $1.50. They went from $1.15 at the high there to 67 cents. Holy fuck. Sorry for my language, but wow. Come on, Tessie. I'm gonna hold through. I'm gonna hold through. Hit my TP. Hit it. Hit TP2. Come on, push back up. Spy's just stuck in no man's land. Come on, Tesla. Squeeze it. Capture that bullish liquidity. Squeeze it. Blow off move. SPY seeing some distribution. Come on, Tessie. Go, 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 go. Don't give up the goods there, Tesla. You got more in you. Come on. Are you serious? You're gonna fucking do me like that? All right. Spies this week. Come on, where are you at, Tesla Bulls? Where are you at? I'm still holding my 430s. Should have probably taken there, but just gonna keep it break even. I'm up on the trade, so it's risk free at this point. Going for again that Grand Slam hit. Let's see if we can get these 430s in the money. I'm trusting the process here. Come on, Tesla, ramp it up. Big candle, big stick back up. Crude oil's trying to bounce just a little bit. Small pullback in Tesla. It's still holding up okay, but your S&P is getting weak. But Tesla's trying to show some relative strength. Where are those relative strength traders at? Push Tesla higher here. Push it higher. SPY getting sold into. Still up over 100% on these 7 contracts, but looking to take way more than that. Come on, Tessie. So at that high wick, I was up about 350%. Didn't sell, held through as I was one greedy SOB, but hopefully I can still get these 430s in the money. All right, I'm gonna raise my TP now right back to that 430 now because I've been patient. I went through this little bit of a dip. So I'm raising my TP right to the 430 zone. See if we can get these 430s to go in the money. SPY's heavy though. XOM selling, IWM curling down, semis are curling down, dollar still getting faded, crude oil bouncing, quantum still acting well. Come on, Tessie. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Tesla's still putting in a bit of a bull flag, trying to make a move, a continuation move off the lows. Time is running out. Time is running out. SPY's getting heavy. Tesla's starting to curl in. .38 minutes left in the tape. Anyone taking a SPY lotto? So it doesn't look like it's gonna get there. Still could, but running out of time and running out of steam. Theta just getting crushed. Again, I'll take a break even at 26 cents. I'll take a break even stop at 26 cents. That's what happens when you're greedy. Tried going left 330% on the table on the runners. Dumb decision. Unless we get a fat candle to the upside. Come on. Where are the Tesla bulls at? Where are them at? Come on, give us a big pump. Where the liquidity at? All right, your semiconductors are curling down, SPY curling down, IWM curling down, Nvidia still down 0.9, Google down half, Meta down 1.7, Tesla down 2, but well off of the lows. Netflix still struggling on the session, that's down 1.7. Amazon really struggling as well. I've been tempted to buy Amazon down here. I think that Amazon's going to have a strong run into the end of the year. E-commerce sales, Christmas shopping, as investors start to price that in. You are into a good area. I've been so tempted. I still like the XLY basket as a whole. Can Tesla get a push here? Come on, Tessie. Push it. Push it, push it, push it. Get a squeeze. 35 minutes left. Squeeze it. Maybe we can get 430s. Come on. It's not that far away, Tesla. One more. I wish Amazon, if Amazon gaps down on Monday, I'd be a buyer. All right, here we go on Tesla. Contracts are starting to move again. Here we go. We are getting that nice little volume surge coming in. Volumes, the contracts are starting to pump again. Here we go. Come on, Tessie. Take us to the promised land. Get them in the money. Get them in the money. Nice doji candle on the SPY daily chart. It's trying to firm up here as we speak. Tesla's catching some volume, guys. Tesla's going to try to break. Come on, run it. Run it, Tesla. Run it. Come on, Tessie. Keep going. Get these 430s. I'm not going to let it, I'm probably not going to trim there. I'm going to let it pierce it, see if the contracts settle out and explode higher. But Tesla does look like it wants to push here. It's trying to diverge from the S&P a little bit. 428.60 on deck here. Come on, Tesla. Nice little 1 minute bull flag potential. Come on, just a little bit more. Don't stop there. Don't stop now. Do 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 do. All right, SPY's catching that liquidity now too. SPY is showing some strength. 1 minute hammer candle holding steady. Are they going to pump us here? Are they going to pump us? We're still underneath opening range low. Bit of a bear environment. But trying here. We are trying. Come on, Tesla. Push, push, push. All right, contracts are moving here again, guys. Can we get 430s in the money? We have been absolutely patient. Absolutely patient. Come on. Take us, Elon. Take us to the promised land. 79 cents. Beautiful, beautiful. Come on, we're up 200%, pushing 200%. Come on. Push us back over 300%. Come on. Come on. Wow, there's some volatility in these contracts, man. That theta is really kicking ass right now. Come on. Come on, Tesla. Go, 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 go. You could do it. You can do it. Still haven't broken out of that little 1 minute flag. S&P's still chopping sideways, burning a lot of theta. No real movement in your S&P and indices. Individual stocks are certainly seeing a little bit better movement. They are just burning that 0 DTE premium there. And theta, you might still get a big move into the end of the day, but looks like they're just chopping people around. Oh, Tesla. What a tease. What a tease. All right, SPY starting to give up the goods here. I'm actually surprised they're keeping these contracts still pretty expensive for Tesla. The call options are still pretty expensive. Almost telling me they do want to give an end of day pop here. Quite shocked. I am quite shocked. SPY still trying to chop around your Tesla. Come on, you freaking tease. Time is running out. Time is running out. Still up over 100% on these Tesla calls, but fuck, I was up 300. Wow, talk about a lackluster, you know, first half of Power Hour session. There's really been no movement in these indices. It has been watching paint dry. Should have just went to bed to take a nap. Could be outside enjoying the sun. Instead, I'm watching these candles do nothing. Come on. We haven't had a pump. We haven't had a dump. I guess everyone is wrong in the chat so far on the survey. No pump, no dump. Brutal. Okay, guys, I just took a break-even stop loss there on Tesla. That is so disappointing. They just wicked me out. I'm out of my Tesla 430s. 26 cent stop loss hit. And watch them probably rip it up now. But I'm all out of those Teslas 430 break even. So at least we made a bit of money on the first half, but left over 300% on the table. Damn. Anyway, you win some, you lose some. Some you just leave a lot of money on the table. All right, any charts you guys want to take a look at? SPY setting up for a big green candle? Possibly, possibly not. Honestly, I don't know. My crystal ball isn't telling me anything, but all I know is that they've just crushed a lot of people into Power Hour. I mean, really since, call it 3 o'clock candle over here, dip, pump, dip, little bounce. You've really gone nowhere since 3 o'clock. You're pretty much trading in the same vicinity. So there's a green candle starting. There's your green candle that you called there, Peter. SPY still up 0.09. QQQ still struggling, down 0.36. IWM at 0.84. Amazon still struggling. Microsoft up 0.3. Nvidia is catching a bit of a bid up, still down 0.6. Apple up 0.3. Tesla looks like it's trying to flag. SPY trying to build a flag. Snapchat was trying to build a flag pattern. Great day for CNC, UNH. Bitcoin still trying to press for 123K, up almost 2% on the session. JP Morgan still above 310, 310.50-ish, up about 1%. Tesla's looking like it's trying to curl and break that flag pattern with SPY. There's SPY crossing 670. Here comes the 0 DTE liquidity. SPY's trying to recapture that OR low. Trying to end on a bit of a positive note. Just creating a bit of a wedge formation now. You can clearly see it here on the 1-minute chart. It's actually a very tight wedge formation. Very tight. Technically, this is a short spot until you break out of it. They might try to do a liquidity grab peekaboo breakout, but technically a short there on SPY. Let's see if it wants to sell it right back down to the range off of a liquidity grab. That could easily happen, but forming a bit of a wedge formation. Which way will it break? Right now you have had the Dixie soften over the last hour. It's trying to find a little bit of support. Crude oil did soften over the last hour, trying to find a bit of support. Your semiconductors are still off of their highs, but you still got a lot of broad rotation in this market today. Strength from healthcare, utilities, financials. See, there's your rejection so far off that area. Tesla, no breakout yet. SoFi down 3. Meta still struggling. 10-year yield and 2-year yield, guys. Take a look at these yields. We haven't done a yield check with you guys in a while. Yields are still off of the lows on the 10-year basis. US 2-year yield also slightly off of the lows. TLT still trying to hold technical structure above its 7-day moving average. Looks like it's trying to build a flag pattern for its next leg higher. If TLT pushes, that in theory should well, not in theory, but if TLT pushes higher, that'll push the 20-year yield down. Let's look at the longer 20-year yield. Whoops, US 20Y. US 20Y is holding its 1-year moving average. So your 365-day MA. That's what that green moving average is. All right, SPY's trying to get a little bit of a peekaboo breakout. Let's see where it's getting its strength from, because it doesn't appear to be semiconductors. Is Nvidia catching a bid? Nvidia is trying to catch a bid here and also trying to break out. AMD. There goes a wedge pattern breakout on SPY. Micron, SPY starting to rip. AVGO, Intel. Yeah, Intel got clobbered today. TSM. Intel got hit really hard. All right, we'll flip back to Tessie. See if that's finally getting its breakout bid. Still consolidating on your 5, 10 minute, 1 minute chart. Nine minutes till MOC. Thank you, Peter. Yep. Usually some extra volatility around that time frame. Nice punch on SPY. Trying to break out here. A little bit of a W pattern, bullish wedge pattern breakout on your 1 minute chart. You could easily squeeze to prior day high if this is a true breakout. Liquidity could chase it. They could chase the 671 calls. That's where the 0 DTEs will be slamming it. SPY calls are coming back in. 671s are coming in. 671s are coming in. Natural gas still down 1.32%. Stellar little call out there. SPY up 0.13. QQQ still struggling though. Bitcoin not quite above 123, but looking like it's trying to. Perhaps a little bit of a fake breakout there on SPY. This is your area to backtest and buy calls if you believe it's going to squeeze. This is your backtest area. So if you're aggressive, you can take 671s as lottos. It's highly speculative. If you're conservative but bullish, you buy the 670s. If you're extra conservative, you buy the 669s. If you're very conservative, you don't trade at all. All right, a bit of a failed breakout there on the 1 minute SPY chart. Looking like a liquidity trap and grab. Looking like a liquidity trap. Oh yes, oh yes. Back inside the wedge. Back outside the wedge. Seeing crude oil firm up just a little bit. SPY still chopping around. It hasn't really given us a big directional move. Tesla's just still chopping sideways. Is anyone taking any lottos into the end of the day? Mm. Catching a bit SPY back inside the wedge pattern. JP Morgan puts are printing. Stock is ripping though. Stock is trying to move here. Venkat is in puts, SPY puts, QQQ puts, IWM puts. What puts you guys in? Peter's in 671 call, 668 put, one each just to be in the game. Expect zero. Nice, nice. Hedged on both sides of the trade, eh? 671 call, yeah, that's and a 668 put. So you're expecting either. If you get a big move, you'll probably make money either way if you get a big move. If you get a big move, right? One of them will pay you if you got one of those contracts in the money, you'd make money. So you're hedged, but obviously 671s are at 4 cents right now on the ask, 3 cents on the bid. 668s puts are at 3 cents. Interesting. It's a long way down. 669 puts are at 7 cents. Tesla's trying to curl. They are just burning theta here. All right, here comes MOC. What are we, 15 seconds? Here comes the volatility. What are we going to get? Ooh, big drop. Big drop there. Oof, that's filthy. Nice job, guys. Look at Tesla getting wrecked here. SPY under a lot of pressure there. So MOC creating that volatility. Initial dump pretty much across the main indices, everything. Nice job on your puts, guys. Nice job, JP and Venkat. So it looks like they can flush us here into the close. I would naturally expect us to retest that volume shelf here. 669.01 is your point of control for SPY. We've broken outside of that wedge. You had a little bit of a fake liquidity grab breakout here. So from 670 down to 669.30-ish. Let's see if they flush us. I would not be shocked for a nice flush. Everything's pretty much curling down. Final 8 minutes left here in the tape. So what I observed there was SPY took a pretty harder dump there. QQQ is still down about 0.39%, but a lot of your S&P 500 stocks saw a bigger drop than some of your NASDAQ tech stocks. Tesla, Meta still struggling on the day, Amazon down 1.15, Bitcoin still holding up 1.7, Nat gas down 1.29, gold up 0.8, 10 and 2 yield strong up 0.93. Still had them crush the VIX on a Friday, down 1.32%. Netflix down 0.7, JP Morgan retesting 310, still up 0.84, but off of the highs. Tesla rebounding, pushing right back to the highs there. Big push. Tesla looks like it could be in for a bit of a squeeze here. Come on, flush it down. Struggling today, that's down 4.4. Biotechs have been strong. That's what's kept the IWM pretty lofty. XBI up 1.14%. And face down today. AFRM struggling. AMD down 3% on the tape, eh? Look at Tessie going. Wow, Tesla, if they push the 430s in the money here, end of the day, that's crazy. Looks like they are trying. Look at that volume on Tesla. Insane when it starts to move. Wow, they're going to push it to 430, guys. Holy moly, look at those. SPY getting sold into here. Come on, drop it lower, SPY. Drop it. Drop it. Breaking down. Bit of the bear wedge. Look at the divergence. Tesla ripping, SPY falling. IWM curling down. Semis seeing some distribution. Your dollar index getting a little bit of a pump here into the end of the session. They are knifing this market down right now. Coming back into that volume shelf that we've tested once, twice, potentially a third time. So turns out to be a little bit of a sour hour, except for Tesla bulls. Tesla's had a nice reversal back up. SPY diverging and selling off. So pretty hard sell side candle into the close for your S&P 500, taking your 669 puts almost in the money. They are paying the 669 put options. Tesla did hit that 430 area there, just briefly shy. But wow, what a pump there. Basically diverging from your S&P 500. So when I looked at the 669 puts, they're at 6 cents. Now they're at 20 cents. Crazy. All right, they tapped Tesla. 430 calls did go in the money there. Just briefly. Did it? Yeah, 430.01. Wow. Extraordinary. Look at them taking S&P 500 even lower through 669 like a hot knife through butter. It's retesting that 10-minute EMA 113. Wild stuff, guys. Wild stuff. Bouncing off of that point of control again. Wow, look at what they did to Tesla. That is crazy. 430 calls in the money. What a beast. What a beast. All right, guys, I am going to wrap up the stream here. 2 minutes left. Really not expecting too much more, but good job trading with you. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for the shout outs, extra research, and we will see you all next week. And I will have some member videos over the weekend. So appreciate the support, guys, and hopefully everyone has a good weekend. Take it easy.